testing. This is working. Yup, it's working. Oh my goodness. I don't know what has been happening for the past couple of days, but of all the times, I've got a bit of a story time to tell you all before I start everything. Letting more lurkers drop in. Hopefully they turn up soon. But I got a bit of a story time for you all before I actually start with the full topic today. And it's... Can you believe I had a power outage yesterday and today? Can you believe that? Can you believe I had a power outage? The power outage was so bad that even my entire internet got scuffed. So the power outage lasted for about 2 hours yesterday, but the problem is that the entire internet service for the whole town got scuffed. So I had to find somewhere else. No. You don't understand, location. You don't understand. Right now, I'm not streaming at my usual place. Okay? I am not streaming at my usual place. I am actually streaming at a different place that has internet. So right now, I am not at home. Probably. I think so. I think it did. I really think it did. I think it did. Something has gone really, really wrong, and I think it's an ISP specific issue now, which hopefully will be resolved. By hopefully the end of the day, which again, I'm not holding my breath. I don't know how bad it will be, but I'm not holding my breath. So you know what? It's a good thing I did a lot of research in advance, but there was one problem. I needed the internet to complete my PowerPoint. You know, the funniest thing is, Chan, I think the entire ISP's building, as in the place where they manage the entire internet, it's not just mine. The entire ISP, everyone with that specific ISP, it seems, has a problem now because of some kind of a big serious outage. So any ISP related to the brand that I'm using, everyone got screwed over. So yeah, not fun. Yup, I suspect it did. Not fun. They gotta fix this. My Wi-Fi, it says I'm connected to the ISP's Wi-Fi, but the problem is that there is no data moving in and out. I don't know how they're gonna fix it. Yup, that seems like the best option. I don't know how they're gonna fix it. Well, anyway, I got internet for now. Hopefully it's uninterrupted internet, so I can work with this. But that being said, I have to make the announcements on Facebook and Twitter. Give me a couple of minutes, okay? It's quite frantic where I am. There we go. Let's see. Post some meme. Okay. And another one. One more post. It's a problem right now, Hachiko. Hello, Maxi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to all of you. It is. I lurk everywhere. And I do agree that it is. No one's having a good time right now in the Blue Archive community. Okay. Give me just a few moments. I'm going to have to post everything. Give me a couple of minutes, lurkers. Sorting everything out. All right. Ready. 22 lurkers are here in such short notice, which is good. Everyone is gathering band info. Even the Japanese are getting mad. Yup. From time to time right now, some people getting muted. There's a massive victory for cultural vandals. I'm not sure enough people understand that they... Okay, wait. Let's see how do we sort through this. This is serious. This is extremely serious. And I have taken some time to do the research. I wish I had more time to make the PowerPoints perfect, but I will make do with what I have. I really will make do with what I have. That's the only choice I have. And just a bit of a fair warning, lurkers. I don't know how sustainable it will be to locate another place to locate Wi-Fi again for tomorrow. But I will try to keep you all updated. Okay, I'll try to keep you all updated. Hopefully the internet gets restored soon. I'm not holding my breath, but I hope it gets restored soon. So, if worst case scenario, I will let you all know the best way I can. If tomorrow's stream gets cancelled, you know why, okay? I will let you all know if it gets cancelled, but if it's not cancelled, I will also let you all know. Okay. The show must go on. Show really must go on, and let's have a start to the what we're gonna learn for today. Antonio Gramsci. Yes, Gramunas, whatever his name was. He is basically the male version of Katrina Leonodakis. Alright, we are in for quite a bit of a ride. A lot of things you all probably will be aware, but there are also a lot of things that you are not aware. It's shitpost, okay? I need to do something. Hello, I got to say hello to a lot of you all first, okay? So many people say hello. Hachiko, Wispy, Daisho, Zavok, Yuria, Mod-chan, Lurker-chan, Wispy, Danny Min, welcome. So many names. So many names. Okay. OP, DZ, Master, hello, welcome. Alright. I got a very before I get into this, I want to bring your to attention to this very simple, to a post. It was a comment I received in the weight room yesterday. Or was it day before? I can't remember. I've lost track. It was either way, it was a comment I received from the weight room. And I think it is extremely important that I cover this. Otherwise, people are not going to understand simple movements of their brain. They're not using their brain well enough. And it's this post. So I got this comment from probably one of those like the PS5 the PlayStation fan equivalent of PlayStation fan equivalent of Blue Archive. He's a Nexon fan. Long story short, because Blue Archive is attached to Nexon, they can't criticize Nexon in any way because by extension they're criticizing Blue Archive. So he made this point. He made this comment in my weight room and he said, and I quote, "Didn't want to take part in it yet, posting non-stop about the issue for cheap engagement. Hope you enjoy 50-50 Lamau as always. Twitter boycotts never would." I'm going to ask you a very, very simple question, okay? I don't know if you're here, Shale Lion. I don't know if you are here, but if you are here and you are lurking and you are about to type, something stupid in the chat. I want to let you know something. Okay? It's a question. Why do you care so much about the reaction? You do know, right? You do know, right? There is one very simple answer for me to not talk about things. It's so simple. It's so simple, it should not even be a question. If Nexon didn't stir shit, if Nexon didn't cause problems, if Nexon didn't stir shit, if Nexon didn't cause problems, and if Nexon didn't hire an ex-EA executive, which has quite the history, I'm going to tell you, an infamous ex-EA executive to practically co-run Nexon, do you think I'll be here wanting to talk about it? Come on, use that brain of yours, Chill Lion. Use that brain of yours. I know you haven't been using that brain of yours for quite a lot, but do your best and use that brain. Do your best and use that brain for a brief moment. Why do you always get so upset at the people reacting to a problem instead of diverting your upset to the incident that created the problem and that created the reaction? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Why? What is this logical inconsistency? Why do you make such a big deal about the reaction, but you don't even care or bat an eye over the incident that created the reaction? And this applies for anyone who goes after the people who react as well. I don't know if you're still here. But if you want to answer, think. Think. Don't be like the last time you left your chat. Don't be like the last time you left your comment did yesterday. Actually use your brain and think. Think about what I ask. Think about what I say. Okay? Now that's over, let's get back to this. I will let you all know I did the best with what I can. The outage basically screwed me over. The continued internet failure screwed me over. But I did my best with what I could. And I hope it's enough for you all. But if it's not enough, you just ask me questions. Just ask me questions, I'll do my best to answer them, okay? About this whole topic. I've read more than I put on the PowerPoint. And I hope it's easy to understand enough. The people who shame the notices are usually two types, either activists or the actual man-child who don't like their thing to have any controversy. That's correct. I think it's the second part. But I think with 30 lurkers is a good way. I think it's a good time to start. If any of you lurkers want to invite more lurkers around to just sit around and have a dig into this whole Blue Archive situation because you're a Blue Archive fan, you'll play it, you'll enjoy it, whatever reason it may be, try and invite them here. We're gonna have a chat. This lecture slide, sorry, what the hell did I say lecture slides? These slides are just used to spark conversation. Yes, spark is going to disappear in a certain way, but I'm using the term to spark conversation. It is meant to be a conversation starter. This is a topic that is probably not going to go away anytime soon. But as to whether it will go away, we will find out, won't we? As to whether it will go away. But anyway, let's start. Alright, let me just check something. Something is off with my... Oh yes, something's a little let me turn something off. I'm going to restart something. I'll be back. The scuff never ends. Oh, Zara, thank you for the 5 great collab the other night. I'm so glad you two have so much in common. I followed you for longer, but I've known you both for years. I am glad, Zara. Thank you very much. But anyway, something scuffed. I'm going to reset something and I'll be back in like 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully for good this time. Not ideal, but it is what it is. Okay. Shut up, PC. Okay. Let's start with some things that we probably already know enough about. We will start with the first half of the party. I'm sure it has ruined the days of a lot of people by looking at this logo, but it has to be done. Nexon. Now, I'm gonna tell you some things. It's been a long time since I remember MapleStory, but almost every person I knew played MapleStory. A lot of people play MapleStory. Off and on, I played a handful of Nexon games. But mostly my experience with Nexon is mobile games. There were a handful of Nexon games that I've played in the past, and very unfortunately, a lot of them got shut down. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is, isn't it? Sometimes. It really is what it is sometimes. What is your experience on Nexon, Lurkers? What's your experience on Nexon? What is your experience on Nexon? Gunbound, I play a little bit more since of popular. Yes, Gunbound, MapleStory. Most people remember MapleStory. Most people remember Gunbound. It is very typical. My experience with Nexon really didn't go all that in until like Boo Archive, I'm going to be pretty honest about this. I have played a lot of Nexon games in passing, but most of them never really stuck. This is gonna get really horrible, okay? So just some and a collection of Nexon's scandals, as you would say. For those who remember Nexon as the horrible game publisher that many people believe it is, they will remember the whole rigging, for lack of a better word, the odds are rigged against you type of thing. So what Nexon really loves to do, at least back then, at the very least back then, is that when it comes to the gacha, about anything of value, something that looks pretty, something that is good, a meta character, anything, one of the things that I'm just using it in like a general sense because everyone knows, most people already knows what Nexon has done in the past. Long story short, they advertise the probability of one thing. Let's say the probability is like 1%, for instance. Something really good, 1%. When you actually go in there and do the polling, when you go inside to go to polling, it turns out it's not really 1%. Don't know how. There's an entire story about how people manage to extract the real probabilities of certain things being polled. But long story short, most of the times, Nexon advertises the rate of something, the probability of something, and the real probability of it actually happening is usually so much lower. And they never tell you that. They never tell you that the chances change. They will come out and you must say nothing has changed. You are just being paranoid. You're just being a hater. You are just unlucky. That's what they will tell you. The power of maths. That's why I suck at this. I'm so bad at maths. You wouldn't even believe I'm so bad at maths. But yeah, it is. How should I even do this? It was horrible. It was horrible. I can understand it, and I've seen it happen in real time as well. Nexon may not be one of the I don't think they were the creators, or they might be, but I'm not sure. But they are definitely one of the biggest perpetrators of this type of things, and they got in trouble quite a lot. They got charged. They got sentenced. They find out everything. It was so bad that the South Korea's Patriot Commission, as you can probably read right there, that they fined Nexon a lot of money. But you know, with certain corporations, especially corporations with a reputation like Nexon, you think that's going to stop them? I don't think it does. They're not sorry that they were wrong. No, never. They're just sorry they got caught. It is always the case with companies like this. And you know what? This is just like one of the highest profile incidents that Nexon has been getting itself in a controversy with and scandals with. More has happened. So we have a few more. These are just articles that summarize the entire situation, okay? We may not need to go through all of this unless we have a little bit of time at the end of the topic that I want to talk about. A little bit of time at the end to just cover this. But the articles are there. You can read them. I have written the summaries of those articles right here, okay? To the best of my abilities. So, Nexon Gate 2016. The founder was indicted over alleged bribery of a prosecutor friend. College acquaintance involving stock purchases and other benefits dating back to years. The founder stepped down from the Nexon's board, but he still keeps a role at the holding company. But you know what? It's Nexon. I'd be surprised if something like this didn't happen surrounding Nexon. I would not be surprised at all. And of course, it's not just people being greedy bastards, allegedly, in Nexon. They are also negligent to boot. So, this is a big warning, a side warning of sorts for countries like Australia, for countries like UK, and for certain states in the US. Your age verification software shows you how easy it is for someone to steal information, and if you store a lot of information in your servers, these hackers can still have a treasure trove of information. The data breach of 2011 with Nexon. Hackers stole personal information from roughly 13 million accounts. Many of them as well as, Nexon games, MapleStory. You have to understand, a lot of teenagers play MapleStory like you wouldn't even believe. In the yesteryears of I don't know when, it may be personal experience or maybe it may not be, but kids as young as 13, 14, 12 even, some even 11, they played MapleStory. A lot of them played MapleStory. And you wouldn't understand how many of them play. Every single day, some kid is talking about MapleStory. Every single day, some kid is talking about the new meta. Every single day, some kid is talking about the new fancy gacha equipment in MapleStory back in the day. And yeah, this is a lesson that for countries like the UK, for certain places like Australia and even Europe, everywhere, they just have to go back to the Nexon data breach of 2011, even before PSN, before the Discords. Look at the Nexon one. And you tell me whether putting your real life ID just to use a service on the internet, a non-financial service, by the way, it's just a game, just some video games, just access to a website to watch videos on, anything like that, you need that ID. Not fun. It is not fun. I'm telling you right now, it's never fun dealing with this type of things. Alright, now, then the last one, a little bit of a mix of all kinds of things. Other recurring issues, and of course, I forgot to put this in. Everyone in Nexon who even knows enough about Nexon knows about the EOS, the end of service. We know about Nexon, even I, because I experienced it firsthand. There were a few Nexon games that I've played some time back, sometimes on mobile, mostly on mobile, some on PC, but I've lost count at the number of Nexon games that just disappeared. I'm just having a good time, just vibing, just just grinding certain things in the game until I get something fancy, something nice. And you know what? Suddenly I'm just broke with some news one day and it's like, oh, this game that you love so much, we are shutting down in 1 month. This game that you love so much will be shutting down at date A. Date A, date B. We are so thankful. We are so thankful for all the support from you all, but we are unable to maintain our operations, blah 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 blah. Okay? It's painful. It's painful. There are so many games that have really got end of service, and it's just so painful. It is. I don't even know how many. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I did try MapleStory 2 as well once upon a time. I did try. I don't know if the game still exists, but I don't think it does anymore. Is the inevitable end of basically any live service? Yes, sure. Every single live service game will face the inevitability of an EOS, but the problem with Nexon, what Nexon does is they are impatient. They are impatient. They're so impatient that even walking, even as you progress from crawling to walking, Nexon will still shut you down even though you're already gaining momentum. But the problem with Nexon is that just like EA, sometimes funny and ironic, they don't want you to progress naturally. So you start from crawling, start from lying down, then you crawl, then you walk, then you run, then you sprint. No. That's not how Nexon works. You start on crawling, they expect you to sprint not long after. It's either you crawl, you start with crawling, and you sprint soon. There is no in between. Nexon is the type of company that wants to make money no matter what. They hardly ever care, in my opinion, of course, in my very humble opinion. They do not give a shit about about goodwill most of the time. I actually question how the Blue Archive devs till now managed to fight with Nexon this long. How? I don't know how. How did Blue Archive devs manage to hold on to goodwill when most of the other games that Nexon run do not have much in the way of goodwill? Because Nexon dictates what they do most of the times. Look at First Descendant, for instance. First Descendant. The game was okay. It could have a lasting fan base. It could have a lasting player base. But Nexon was in the way. It was in the way true and true. The grinding was ridiculously convoluted and stupid if you want to earn something in-game. But then the cash shop is just there. You know what's the funniest thing? You can't even just buy things outright in the cash shop. You can't. You know what, OP? At this point, I might get some flack for saying this, but NetEase has nothing on Nexon in terms of scumminess. NetEase has nothing on Nexon. In fact, NetEase has actually been on a roll, if I have to be honest. NetEase has been on a roll. Where Winds Meet, for instance. The entirety of the game, every single power level, every single new meta, the biggest meta, the 1% meta, for instance, the strongest players, the most powerful players, every single thing like that. You know what the strongest play is? Where Winds Meet is one of those games where I have seen the strongest, most skillful players that dominate every single other player in the game not spend a dime. And that shocks me. Every single purchase in Where Winds Meet, for instance, every single purchase, completely cosmetic. No, Where Winds Meet does not sell power. It does not. Not at all. And that is one thing that is shocking to me. I expected the mainland game to sell power levels because there was another game that did. Snail Games, Age of Wushu. I remember that game, Age of Wushu. It's one of those games that does sell power level. It does sell high-powered abilities that is paywalled most of the time. You can technically earn it. But it requires you to play certain missions at the highest difficulty, and the drop rate is like 0.5% each time you finish the hard mission. And the worst thing is, you need 100 copies of the fragments to redeem it into a powerful high meta ability. And even then, it has levels. Levels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which means that even if you got the 100 fragments, I'm talking about Age of Wushu. I'll show you which game I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm going to show you all the... We can have a chat. Everything is just following a structure. It's not following a clear structure, so I want to talk about this. This is an example of something similar to Nexon, okay? And it's horrible. Let me find it. This game, Age of Wushu. This game, Age of Wushu. Oh my god. The game was fun. I played it for a bit. The game was fun. Hello, Avicola. It's nice to see you again as well. The game was fun for what it was, but there is only one problem. It was one very big problem. The monetization is a vampire. You go in there, $5 is not enough. $10 is not enough. Even $100 is not enough. Well, $100 is enough for 1 month. You are expected to keep paying to get stronger in this game. And it is horrible. It is horrible. And I remember this game so vividly because it did everything in its power to screw everyone over, in my opinion. So, this is the type of game that has a VIP system. Okay? It has a first purchase system. It has a VIP system. And the VIP system, each level of the VIP gives you equipment. They're not just fancy equipment with good, cool-looking cosmetics. No. Not just that. The equipment gives you health boost, defense boost, and damage boost. Every single tier of the VIP system gives you a piece of equipment that you can equip on your character, and it will give you ability boost based on how much money you spend. So already that's a big problem. That you haven't gone into unlocking new skills as well. There are 3 tiers of skills. There's like basic skills, which you can grind. It's okay enough to grind, but it's power crept. It's power crept in a blink of an eye. Then there's blue tiers of skills, which are like, you can still kind of grind it. It's fun, it's useful, but at the end of the day, you want to bring that to PvP, you're dead. That's basically. Then there is the third tier of skills, which are the cream of the crop. The chef's kiss. Skills with like crazy amount of crowd control. Stun, your character, if you do this on an enemy character, they'll be stunned for like 5 seconds, so you can just kill them off while they're stunned for 5 seconds. And it stuns about 10 people in a very large radius or something like that. Or there's an ability that one-shots you. One-shots you. But you know how do you grind those for those skills? Well, you can technically get those skills. But it requires you to be a very, very high level. It requires you to have a very, very high, properly built repertoire of abilities, which of course you have to spend money on if you want to actually get it to those high levels. But that's a topic for that's the side. And you have to keep grinding this ability grinding these hard levels over and over and over and over again for a 0.5% chance for a fragment of that skill to drop. And you need 100 of those fragments. That is how you unlock it legit. And even if you do unlock it, the ability has levels. And guess what? To upgrade those abilities, you need more fragments. So it starts off fine, starts off with 20, then it goes to 50, then it goes to 80, then it goes to 100, then it goes to 200. Or you can go to the cash shop, redeem a couple of $100 worth of premium currency, then go to the cash shop and open a gacha box for high-level skills, high-level skill fragments. You buy about 100 to 200 of those chests. That will take you like, if you're rich, you are filthy rich, that'll take you like 5 minutes. So you'll probably spend, at that point in time, to get the skill you want, you probably spend about $1,000, give or take. And would you look at that? You spend $1,000 to get those high-level skills that you wanted. Now you get it. Now you get high-level VIP. Gives you a brand new fancy cape that increases your attack and your defense by like 500%. Suddenly you cannot lose. Unless someone spends more money than you, that is, and has a higher level VIP. That was how a game like this was played, Age of Wushu. Snail games. If you thought NetEase has nothing to snail games, NetEase has nothing to Nexon, in my opinion. So yeah, that is quite the story. It was a horrible, horrible experience. I don't know why I even played that game for so long. And I did spend money once. I spent money once on that game because I didn't know any better. I spent money once, $5, and I regretted spending that $5 till now. I regretted spending that $5. Then you have a game like Where Winds Meet. Holy shit. Then you have a game like Where Winds Meet. I'm going to show you some images. Let me see. Sorry. Then you have a game like Where Winds Meet. It's like, it has reminded me how shocking things could be. Let me show you. Come on. All right. Now this is a premium skin. And you know what's the funniest thing about this premium skin? It has no stat boost. Not even a single stat boost. It's purely cosmetic. Nothing. It's just it's a fancy skin. It's a very fancy skin. And if you want to buy the skin outright, it's gonna cost you. But you know how I earned this skin? I paid, let me see, how much I paid? Oh, over the span of half a year. Over the span of half a year, I got this skin. It got released recently and I got this skin. If you wanted to buy this skin from zero, it might cost you about $200 or $100, give or take. $100 to $200, but you know how much it cost me? $15. Because I bought some battle passes. And I finished all of the battle passes. I always finish all the battle passes, and it gave me so many free pulls. So basically, so it's like I spent $15, which was like 3 to 4 battle passes, I think, give or take, 3 to 4 battle passes. And of course I played the game. Finishing quests in the game also gives you more free pulls, and I just hoarded it. I hoarded remember some of you lurkers? I told you all I hoarded 200 free pulls. Do you all remember that? Do you all remember that? I told you all I hoarded like 200 or so free pulls. You remember what I say? I hoarded like 200 free pulls. And that's what I saved it for. It took me like a handful of months, like 3 to 4 months to like get around 150 pulls. And by the time it came out, I had more than enough pulls to get it. $15, but I spent a lot of time. And it's easy to get the pulls. You just have to finish a lot of main quests. And every single week you get 3. You can redeem 3 pulls every single week with in-game currency. You will never expect a skin like this for $15. Actually, the alternative is I could have not spent any money. It might probably take me like 7 months, maybe 7 to 8 months to get this skin still, completely free. You expect a skin like this on a Nexon game? Good luck. It's never gonna happen. Yeah, that is a NetEase game, which is why I am the type of person who will judge others based on how they have treated me or how they behave. And I am willing to give NetEase a bit more chances because, at least in the past few years, they have been fair. That means justifying gacha spending addicts. I only spent I spent $15, okay? $15 to get the pulls in 6 months. And these are all cosmetics. Again, I want to tell you all it's all cosmetics. There's no stat boost in any of this. But that's a good... This is... Okay. Now let's get back to the topic. The only game banned me was Shield. So far, yes. Where Winsmeet has earned my respect. It has earned my respect. Unless they screw it up in the future, currently it has my respect. And I don't mind giving a good word with that game. Because in terms of free-to-play, I will be obvious. I'll be honest with you. I will be very, very honest with you. In terms of free-to-play, the only other game that can rival Where Weaves Meet in terms of how fair they're treating the player base, in my opinion, is Warframe. I know that's a big statement. I know that is a big statement. But you have to understand, Warframe, you can earn everything, but it has become grindy over the years, especially after their collaboration with Tencent. But the game has gotten a lot more grindy over the years. And the thing about Where Is Me is that the game is grindy, but it's not like Warframe grindy. Hello Farrell, welcome. So yeah, that is the best comparison I can make. Where Winds Meet's free-to-play system is similar to Warframe's. in spirit. In spirit, basically. Okay. We all have an understanding of Nexon now, don't we? We have a little bit of a general understanding of what type of a beast Nexon is. So we're going to get into the next step of the discussion. We're going to talk about Blue Archive now, aren't we? We're going to talk a little bit. Well, we're going to be talking about we're going to be talking a lot about Blue Archive, but we're going to start with Blue Archive. There's a few more topics that comes to mind, but we'll start off with Blue Archive. Now let's see. Banmin Gosling. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe you. Let me check something. I didn't expect a live stream. I did announce it, Sayori. I did announce it on my social, Sayori. Well, to be fair, it got postponed. It was supposed to happen yesterday, but I got really busy yesterday, and as some lookers probably know, I had a blackout yesterday. And my internet is completely scuffed. So I'm now in a different location streaming. It is what it is. We talk a lot about Blue Archive, but we're gonna stop talking about Blue. Oh no, something's happening. Lurkers, wait, something's happening. Hold on. Something's happening. Oh shit. Wait. The curse of not being in the same place that I usually am to stream. It is a horrible curse. It is a horrible curse. Something interrupted me for a brief second there. Hopefully it's gone now, but still. The show must go on. Yeah, the show must go on. Back to this. Oh boy. Where do I even begin with Blue Archive? You know what? We're gonna start with a timeline. We're gonna start with a timeline, okay? We're gonna start with a very simple timeline of strange events. We're gonna start off easy, then we'll go into like the really, really serious ones. So we start off with a series of events from 2024 and 2025. Remember this? Remember this? Blue Archive has an admirable fan base. A fan base that really goes out of its way to protect what makes Blue Archive Blue Archive. And there were two very, very serious incidents, well, kind of serious in the context of Blue Archive incidents that happened in 2024 and 2025. We remember the localizations incidents. We remember that, the localizations incident. And there was a lot of a hullabaloo over going on with that. A lot of drama, a big scandal. It was a huge scandal. And honestly, it showed you, other than of course the South Korean incident with the corrupt content regulators, it shows you that the global fan base can gatekeep as hard as the South Korean fan base, which is quite impressive. So it started off with bad translations. Bad translations. Kikyo had a voice line in the game where it's basically saying, help me sensei, something like that. Body warmth. And the English localization, the initial English localization, made it into something very arm's length, very cold. And you kind of have to ask the question, why the hell does the Korean and the Japanese voice line say one thing, but the English says the completely different thing? What was the explanation for it? That is a question that had to be asked. Some Blue Archive mods, one that I can think of, but I don't know if I want to bring his name up, but one that I can think of say, why are you making such a big deal out of it? It is just an English translation. Why do you have to make a big deal out of it? Translation changes meanings. Why are you so shocked? And then the Blue Archive has brought, what about the Korean translation? What about the Japanese translation? Why when Japanese translated to Korean or Korean translated to Japanese, they have the same meaning? But why when it's English, magically something happens? Magically, the translation is different. People ask that question. And the Blue Archive mod from the Discord server say, if you have so much of a problem about it, just learn Japanese and play the Japanese version. That was what this Blue Archive mod said. And I don't know how many members were banned from the Discord server. I don't know, but it was not few. It was not few. Definitely not few. What? Did I sound like that? Oh my god, Lakachan, did I actually say something like that? Oh no. Why did it sound like that? Holy shit. Oh no. But anyway, this is a very interesting story. So the Blue Archive fan base in the Discord server one day said, how about, a lot of them said actually, a whole lot of them, how about we have a feedback channel for translations and localizations? And this same moderator hated it so much. And Selfers really wonder why. Why would you hate something so popular? Most of the players want it. Most of the people who play Blue Archive wanted it. Why was this mod so upset over the prospects of a channel dedicated to compiling incorrect localization and translations? I wonder why. I really wonder why. I wonder why. Well, we're never going to get an answer anyway, because till now, he's still a moderator. Till now, he's still a moderator at the server. He's still a moderator at the server. But you know what's the funniest thing? People didn't give a shit. They still complained to Blue Archive. The devs changed it. They changed it. And now, at least in the context of Kikyo, the translations for the Japanese, Korean, and English are largely consistent. It would not have happened without player feedback. It would not have happened without a large number of players complaining about it. 1 or 2, no one's going to notice. 3 or 4, no one's going to notice. 10, 20, maybe no one's still going to notice. Hundreds to thousands, now you're making a difference. You're making a difference already at that point in time, and evidently it did make a difference. The localizations were fixed one by one. I'm sure there are still localizations problem here and there, but it's really, you find it, call it out. And then now, we go to the first big profile, another big profile, scandal of sorts. And in hindsight, things are starting to make a lot of sense. In hindsight, things are starting to make a lot of sense, but I want to talk to you about the timeline where player feedback still mattered with a game like Blue Archive. As in Blue Archive, whether it is from Nexon or whether it's from the devs directly, it does not matter, but feedback was still listened to and changes were still being made. And another one that was a very strong indicator that the game cared about its player base was the incident with the December collapse. The December 2025 collapse. And this is the original idea for the December 2025 collapse. Gigok, Zentrea, Iron Mouse, and lastly, most problematically, C.VA aka Connor. Now, most Blue Archive players did not really care all that much about Zen or Iron Mouse, or even Gigok for that matter, but what they were not happy about was C.VA, Connor. And they have all the reason to not be happy about Connor, they had every single reason to not be happy with Connor. Because Connor has frequently, exactly right, Danimin, Connor has frequently called people who likes games like Blue Archive, people who watches anime like Eromanga Sensei or the other one I can't remember. What's the short form of that name? I can't remember. Oremo, yes, Oremo. Oremo, correct. People watch animes like Oremo and Eromanga Sensei. People who buy figurines of anime characters such as Anime Man, Joey the Anime Man. I have lost count at the number of times that Connor has thrown so much shade at Joey and Gigok. I've lost count. I really have lost count. You can hardly go an hour or so without Connor throwing a passive-aggressive statement about how Joey is problematic, how Gigok is also problematic for not making a fuss about anything. And of course we remember when Hassan joined the Trash Taste podcast? Indications strongly indicate that the idea stemmed from Connor. That was the strongest indicator. The input stemmed from Connor. Connor made that happen. And at a time when, what's his name? What is his name? No, not Wagner. Some German sounding name. Wilhelm? No, not Wilhelm. What's his name again? Ludwig. Yes, Ludwig. Ludwig. Remember at one point Ludwig and his friends were like talking about Madoka Magica? And how Ludwig's so-called friends say they would beat up anyone who enjoys and watches Madoka? Remember that? Even Ludwig, shockingly, the jelly that he is, Ludwig says, come on, I like Madoka. Isn't that a little bit too much? Even Ludwig say that. But you know what's the funniest thing? The people who threaten to physically assault anyone who watches Madoka were invited to the Trash Taste podcast. Yeah, funny how that works. Invited to Trash Taste podcast. Funny how that works. And of course, personally, I doubt that Joey would closely associate with Ludwig's friends. I also doubt that Giguk cares about Ludwig's friends. And Ludwig tries his hardest to be pally with Hassan. Tries his hardest. And incidentally, Connor hovers around the same social circle as Hassan. So, put two and two together. Again, Connor probably invited Ludwig's friends to the podcast. So, let there be no mistake that Connor absolutely, if I was a betting bandman, okay? If I bet money, if I was a gambler, let's just say if I was one of those people who spend $1,000 on gacha, if I were a gambler, I would bet my money that Connor hates Blue Archive. I would bet money on that. At least dislikes. But you know what? It says as much about Netson and it says as much about Connor that he still initially accepted the offer for the collab. It still says a lot. It means he does, at the end of the day, his so-called principles, at least on the topic of certain animes, is very, very bendable. He says it because it makes him popular. But at the end of the day, when you throw money at him, he will still take it with a smile on his face. That's what I perceive from Connor over what happened with this now cancelled collab. Thankfully, it got cancelled. Kind of a shame for Iron Mouse and Zen though. Iron Mouse, Zen and Giga, kind of a shame for them. Those three basically got dragged down with Connor. So yeah, but you know what? What was admirable about the entire incident, like with Kikyo and the localization incident? There was a happy ending. This entire collab was scrapped, which was still a shame for Giga, Zen and Iron, and Mouse, but what we had as a result of it, we had Mint Phantom. She was a habitual Blue Archive player. She played a lot. She was a habitual Blue Archive player. And everyone enjoyed it, that collab. Every single Blue Archive player were happy that they got Mint to join in. They got Mint to join in. And everyone had a good time. Then later on they had Remilio Nefis Wermi to join in. Everyone had a good time. I had a horrible time though, because I feel like Wermi's presence, she has drained all my gacha luck, and I feel so salty. I was so salty. I was so salty. We can talk about Sikuno a different time, okay? Let's... You know what are you talking about with Sikuno? I'm kind of curious. Let me see. Oh yeah, just talking about the past with Sikuno, right? Oh my god, that is Imperial Palace nonsense 101. Trumpet, thank you for the gifted. Masaki, make sure to thank Trumpet. But yeah, nah. The whole Sikuno incident, alongside the Cinder incident, it has cemented to me that even if large name so-called VTubers are ever asked me for a collab, the big names, the biggest of names, I would say no. I really would say no. Unless I have seen their behavior and they are not like the ones that I think of. I say English VTubers. English VTubers, mainly English. You know what I think about the JP side of VTubing. You know that, Mod-chan. You know that. But let's be fair here, if Fuji Aoi actually says, hey, she just messages me one day, say, hey, you wanna have a collab? Oh my god, you betcha ban something. I would accept that one. You betcha ban something. I would accept that one. But yeah, English VTubers is... To collab with English VTubers, it is a responsibility of the person who wants to accept the collab to do proper research, or the person who is looking for a collab to do proper research. You need to research. You do not know this VTuber, you'd have to do the research. If I had banned something, I have none because Rena would have stolen it. I bet my 10k ban Doros gotta reach the 70 ban Doros soon. 70k ban collab between Evil Banmin and the... Why do you have to say all these things? I haven't heard that name for ages. I have... That name crops up in my head off and on. Senzawa. Senzawa is funny. Senzawa is very funny. It's a very funny person. For some reason, Senzawa is a big fan of fish. Ban beverages, Baron Min. Who is Baron Min? Baron, like an oil baron? Like an oil baron, are you talking about? Baron, oh no, shut up. Banmin oil milk connoisseur. Oh, you're not? I'm getting distracted, let's get back to this. So, both of these had a happy ending. Both of these had a happy ending, but this, I want you all to understand, is this happened in 2025. It happened in 2025 and 2024. I'm going to tell you a different incident. And I'm sure some of you all probably know about this incident, but let me give you a rundown. Because in just a span of a couple of months, about half a year give or take, things started to change quite dramatically. A bit too dramatically, but in hindsight it made sense. There was a June collab, a summer collab. Brew Archive was going to have a summer collab, and it did happen. That's the thing, it did happen. Now, these 4 names, these were the 4 streamers that were invited for this collab. Here's the thing. No one really cared about Guitar Rock 69, yeah sure. Velo, yeah sure. That's fine. But the problem stems from Master and Brandon. That is the source of this new incident surrounding another collab scandal. And you all can look it up on YouTube. You all can look it up on Twitter and X. You can even look it up on Facebook. There is receipts everywhere. The videos, posts, chats, you name it, it's there. But for the purposes of today's talk, just trust me on this. Because I found it. I researched it. So, let's start with the tamer one first. Let's start with the tamer problem, Brandon. Brandon, to be fair, also plays Blue Archive. To be fair. But here's the problem. And this is the problem that a lot of Blue Archive fans noticed. And they brought up. Brandon may play Blue Archive, but he often always defends the people who go after other fans of Blue Archive, calling them, you know, every single insult you can think of. Every single insult you can think of under the sun. You know the ones. The PDF formats, the PDF files, all that ones. They always throw those insults around. And Brandon has came out quite often defending the very same people who would attack people like him. Which is ironic. If Brandon were any other player playing Blue Archive, his own audience would be attacking him. And that's a fact. And he runs defense for those type of people. Constantly. And Blue Archive fans knew exactly what the problem was. But you know what? There's nothing compared to Fort Master. Fort Master is a Genshin streamer. He's a Genshin streamer. He plays mostly Hoyo vs. MiHoYo games. He barely plays Blue Archive, if he does. And when people talk to him about Blue Archive, he does what every single NT for Blue Archive does. Starts calling the players predators, start calling the players all of the worst insults under the sun, and calls them weird, calls them evil, calls them disgusting, all of that. And this is who Blue Archive decided to invite. This is who they decided to invite for the June of 2026 collaboration. One who defends its haters, and one who is an actual hater. Again, Guitar Rock 69 and Velo, They are kind of meh. They're not much. They're not a problem. It's the other two in the middle who are the problem. They collaborated with a hater, and they collaborated with someone who defends the haters. That's a problem. That's a problem. But you know what? There was no happy ending here. There was no happy ending here. There was nothing. There was nothing. The collaboration continued. It still happened. All this force still did their collaboration stream with Blue Archive. Nothing changed. From Master, Blue Archive, a typical hater of Blue Archive, a typical hater of Blue Archive, collaborator with Blue Archive, and Nexon didn't bat an eye. Did not bat an eye. Brandon, where at least half of his followers, half of his chatters, actually hate Blue Archive, continue without problem. Continue without any changes to the schedule, any changes with the past, nothing whatsoever. So this was like the big, people don't understand, but this was like the big sign. That was like the big sign, the first sign that whether it was Blue Archive itself or whether it was Nexon putting the pressure on Blue Archive, they didn't listen to the fans this time. They didn't. And it was a sign. Back then, we didn't see what was happening beneath everything, but it was a sign. Unmistakably, it was a sign. It was a sign of things to come. But you know what kind of cracked everything, destroyed everything? The topic we have at hand right now. I'm going to be a bit more accurate. Abolishing Spark. Now, do I think that the gacha rates for Blue Archive is not perfect, as it was for the past 5 years? Yes. The problem stems, in my humble opinion, from how outside of your 200 guaranteed spark, it is a little bit of a, when it drops a purple, you are not guaranteed the one you are looking for when the purple drops. That's a problem. That to me is the core problem. So, what was changed was fundamentally not that problem. They changed some things that you could argue can be an improvement, but on the entire holistic view of it, it is not an improvement. So let's have a look what was changed. Okay, so our original plans. This is the origin. I made a table about it. Okay, Pardon the font. Pardon the font a little bit. I'll try and increase the size best as I can. So this is the table. We have the old recruitment style system where I'm just gonna go through in my own words what's on the table. What is it? Machan? But anyway, just I think it's 200 pulls. Wait, I'm just gonna give you all when it was announced, okay? When it was announced. Okay, when it was announced. I think the 200 pulls is the absolute worst case scenario when is the absolute worst case scenario. 200 pulls the absolute. So when it was announced, this was the understanding, okay? That was the understanding. So the old system was quite straightforward, It was straightforward. You knew what you were getting into, so you could prepare for it. In the absolute worst case scenario, both requires for an absolute maximum of 400 pulls. If you are completely down on your luck, absolute maximum still requires around 400 pulls for both. That's the worst case scenario, but in most scenarios usually aren't the worst case, except for me. But the old one was predictable. Year one was predictable. You just had to do 200 pulls and you will get one redeem ticket, the heart pity ticket, the spark ticket. And you can use that spark ticket to redeem one of the 2 limited banners. One of them. So the ideal situation for most players is that they save up enough for the 200 pulls. They can save up for 400 pulls, that's their choice, but 200 pulls is the bare minimum for you to actively engage in the banner under the old system. Because by the 200th pull, you are guaranteed at least one of the characters that you wanted, one of the students you wanted. In most cases, of course there are outliers, but in most cases, within that 200 pulls that you are making, there is a high chance, there is a reasonable chance you will get one of the 2 students you wanted. Which means when you reach the 200th pull, you can redeem the spark ticket to redeem the one that you don't have. In other words, you get both. You get both and you're done. You're done until, and you can save up for the next banner. You can save up for the next banner that you want. That's the old system. It made things... You can talk trash about the RNG, but it was predictable. Now, what happens in the new system that is being proposed? Now, that is a whole different beast. Long story short is the Genshin approach to the system. Is the Genshin Impact's approach to the system. So, right now, you still have to do around, give or take, 200 pulls. But here's where some things seemingly got improved. At the 100th pull, if you have not gotten the character you wanted, okay, there is a 50-50 chance you will be guaranteed a 3-star, as in the purple, at the 100th pull. But it's a 50-50. That's where Genshin ideas comes in. There is a 50-50 chance you get the student you want. And there's a 50-50 chance it will not get the student you want. If you do not get the student you want, the pity continues. Until, let's say, hypothetically, you got the character you want at the 180th pull. 180 or 190. You got the character you want. Okay, right? Seems fine. Okay. But here is the kick in the... This is the slap on the face. This is a slap on the face. The moment you pull the banner character, the pity resets. It resets. It doesn't matter how how many pulls you had made until you got that banner character, it will be reset back to 0. Which means you have to keep pulling to the 100th pull again in the other banner for a 50% chance to get the character you want, or else you have to hard PT, you have to hard PT to 200 pulls again to get the second character you want. Because Spark ceases to exist. Spark ceases to exist. It's pure. The situation has completely changed. It has completely changed. So in the worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, for instance, let's just say, you will spend 190 pulls to just get one character because you lost the 50-50. You would think in the old system, you spend 190 pulls to get that character. You just have to spend the last 10 pulls and you can redeem the second character because Spark exists. Now Spark is gone. It's great. It's great if you only go into the banner to get one character. Sure, on balance, it's great because now at the 100 pool, you have a 50-50 chance to get the character you want. It's great if you only want one. But however, that's the problem, isn't it? Most Blue Archive players plan for the Spark. They plan for the Spark. They plan for the Spark. They hoard for the Spark. They blame it all on the if you really couldn't get any characters that you want at the 200th pool, that's really just shit luck. But you can only spend a Spark Taker to get the one character you want more over the other. But most of the times it usually does not happen. But here it depends, regardless of how lucky you are. You end up on balance having to spend more for pools to get both characters now. So last time, it is usually expected that within the 200 pools, you'll get both characters. Within the 200 pools, maximum. But now, it's not that simple. I would expect pools, the average pools now will probably go up to like, who knows, 300 pools, 250, 280, who knows, 300, 320, 380, who knows? The understanding right now is that the floor of the minimum pools has gone up quite a bit under this new system that's going to be that has been implemented or is going to be implemented. Well, one or the other. I stopped playing Blue Archive for like a month already. I don't know when they're going to implement it. I don't remember the top of my head, but I think I saw the dates. We can go back to the post above. Let me see. July 29th. Yep. July 29th. So, if you are coming into this game not as a Blue Archive player who knows the Blue Archive system and is used to the Blue Archive system, you only care about it, or you just care about one character, you can't give a crap about the other character, then yeah, sure. This system is okay, but the problem is that most of the times, as a Blue Archive player, this is a very clear cut downgrade. It's a nerf. Make no mistakes about it, it is a nerf. You cannot plan for the Spark anymore. It is completely RNG. It is pure RNG from the start to the end. From your first 10 pulls to your 400th pull. It is pure RNG. And that's the problem. And you know what adds to the problem now? Because it's pure RNG? What's stopping Nexon from pulling what they did with MapleStory? What's stopping Nexon from pulling what they did with MapleStory? With Blue Archive right now. What is stopping Nexon? They have a history of doing it. You really think that Blue Archive is safe from this? Yeah. If you want to plan for the new system, you have to all or nothing 400 pulls. You can get away with planning for 200 pulls under the old system. But now, 400 or nothing. Anything less, it's pretty much wasted. That is a consideration. Yep, I should have brought this up. Let's say your luck is so shit that you only got one character and you ran out of pyros for the second banner character, and there is one thing to add is that the pity moves over to the next banner. Okay? That's again the Genshin system. The pity moves over to the next banner. Which again, at the end of the day, it's still a downgrade. It's a one step forward, one step back. It fixes one problem, but it creates another problem. So yeah, still on balance, I think it's a downgrade. And I think a lot of Blue Archive fans and Blue Archive players do believe it is a downgrade. So yeah, one step forward, one step back on that front. So think about it this way. I need to do something. Give me a second. I need to do something. I realized what I wanted to add in. Give me a second, lurkers. Give me a second. This is the problem when I got that blackout and I don't have internet. Some things I want to add in, I didn't get a chance to add in. Alright, the next slide. I want you to think about it this way. I think I explained it clear enough. But this is an analogy. Think of correcting your Blue Archive students as like buying stuff from a vending machine that takes stamps. Well, a random vending machine. Okay? Hello Dreambird, welcome to the stream. Think of it as like a gacha vending machine for a candy, for a snack, okay? The old system, every pool gives you a stamp. You collect 200 stamps, you can trade them for any snack currently in the machine. Even if you already got one snack early by luck, the stamps just keep stacking. The new system, there's a progress bar that fills as you pull. At the 100th, you get a random high quality snack, 50% chance that is the one you want. At the 200th, you get the exact one you want. If you do not get it by the time you reach the 200th. But the moment the stack you wanted drops, whether it's at the 50th or the 190th, the progress bar is gone. It starts over. If you wanted 2 of the star snacks, You only got one? You have to fill the bar all over again to get the second one. And we're going to talk about the discount takers, Cole. We are going to talk about the discount takers later. Don't worry about that. I have some strong opinions over the discount takers. Pretty strong opinions. I have some strong opinions over the discount tickets, okay, Cole? Don't you worry about that. Yes, Lurker-chan, I think you got the gist of it. You got the gist of it of why a lot of players are very upset, Lurker-chan. The moment you drop the banner character, your progress, your pity starts over to 0. Under the old system, you get the banner character, you still can pull to the 200th pool to get the redeem ticket. Yes, it is vile. It is vile. It is vile. It is vile. There's no two ways about it. It is. It really is. This is basically what I was talking about, okay? This is what I was talking about. This is basically a summation of everything that I've rambled on about. This is basically everything that we talked about a few minutes ago, but this is just in text form. You understand it. If you're most Blue Archive players, vast majority I would say, plan for the spark. They plan for the spark. They want the spark. Most of the time they want the spark. Unless there's a character that they just really don't care about, that they don't care about the spark. But they usually want the spark. And now the entire planning predictability, the predictability is thrown out the window. You cannot plan for 200, like someone said in the chat a while ago, you cannot plan for the 200 pull anymore. That's out of the question. You plan for a 200 pull, you might as well wait your pyros. You have to plan for 400 or nothing. You have to plan for 400 or nothing. That's the new system. That's the new system. And it's sad. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. It's disgustingly sad. It's disgustingly sad. Honestly, if I had the choice between this or Blue Archive's original 5 years long gacha system remain unchanged, I'd rather it have not changed. At least I can blame it on my luck. On my shitty luck. But not this. Not this. Again, yeah, if you are a player who just cares about one character, you might not need to spend as much. There's a okay enough chance that you will not have to spend as much, unlike the original system. But most players go for the spark. And when you go for the spark now, there's no such thing as spark, but when you go for 2 characters, you need to plan for 400. In the original system, most of the times you plan for 200, you're usually fine. Unless you're extremely unlucky. Which, unless if your name is Banman, you probably won't be. Unless you are me, you probably won't be that unlucky. Okay? Yeah. And of course, Of course, one more thing, Lurkus, one more thing. I want to tell you one more thing. One more thing. If you really think, oh, 50-50, those are good odds, right? Those are good odds, right? Remember this. Remember this. Remember this. You will know if it's... They'll tell you it's a 50-50, but is it really a 50-50? That's the question you have to ask yourself. And you won't know the answer to that unless another obsessed enough player does the math for you. Sure, on a piece of paper, they'll tell you it's 50-50. On a social media post, they'll tell you it's 50-50. On the banner page, they'll tell you it's 50-50. But is it really? Can you trust Nexon not to lie to your face that it's 50-50? Can you trust that? Can you trust that? I don't. I for sure don't. I don't trust that at all. I don't trust Nexon to not stealth nerf the drop rates. I do not trust them. For all we know, the 50-50 is more like a 30-70. Who knows? Who knows? You only get heart pity. You only get heart pity at the 200th pull for assuming you didn't get it for the first banner that you're doing it. Well, y'all can see for yourself. Blue Archive players, you can see for yourself. I may be a level 90 sensei, but I've kind of stopped playing this game. I stopped playing this game. I might play this game again if they revert back to the old system and they, for God's sake, kick out a certain someone, which I will be talking about very, very shortly. We are going to talk about this more, okay? So my question is, why now? Why now? That's a very important question that a lot of people don't seem to be answering. Except for a handful. Why, of all the times after 5 years of the game existing, why did the gacha mechanic completely change in 2026, July 2026? Why did it change? There are no more sparks, Lokachan. There are no more sparks. No more. No more sparks. Yes, but in practicality, yes. Like I said, you can get away with 200 pulls in the old system, but now you need the 400 pulls. Because anything less, you are leaving it to chance, and most of the time, the house wins. Nexon will guarantee you the house always wins. If they really want, yes. Astera Tofu, yes, you are correct. If they wanted to improve the gacha mechanics, they should put the 50-50 on the 100th pull only. That's how you improve the gacha mechanics. At least then, that is a good improvement. That will make Blue Archive players happy. You put the 50, you still keep the spark at the 200th pull, but you give a 50-50 on the 100th pull. Yep. That makes the players happy, but it will make Nexon very unhappy. It's too fair. It's too fair. It's too nice to the players. It is far too nice to the players. But again, I'm asking a question, why now? Why now? I think you already understand the question. Let's put this up to question. Why now? What do y'all think, Lucas? Why do y'all think it happened now? Not exactly. It's Nexon always wanted money. No, Machan, you have to understand. Nexon always wants money. The question is, why now, 5 years later, did they change the gacha system? It's not like a few months the gacha system was unsustainable, so they changed it to something greedy. But why now, in 2026 of all years? Mastin, you answered the question. Patrick Soderlin. Some of you might remember him. I definitely remember him. People now remember him as the CEO of Embark Studios. The same Embark Studios that gave you the finals and Arc Raiders. We're going to talk a little bit about some of his the games Embark Studios released. And this is where we're going to go into territory that is probably not very well known. Or rather, you have heard it, but you didn't connect the dots. I connected the dots. I don't know if I'm being a schizo about it, whether I'm being a conspiracy theorist, or whether I'm just being insane and I need to touch grass more, but I connected the dots. But I will not get ahead of myself. We're just going to go through step by step. Firstly, we have a bit of a timeline. So Battlefield 5 was made around 2018. Well, you know, we'll talk about Battlefield 5 later. Just give a timeline about him personally, okay? Around 2018, Nexon made an initial investment on Embark Studios. And Embark Studios at that point is the brand new studio, and they didn't release any games. The finals didn't exist, Arc Raiders didn't exist, okay? At that point in time when Nexon made the initial investment, Patrick Soderlin was already part of the board of directors of Nexon. Already back in 2018. But here's the thing, he was a non-executive director, which means he does not have control over any aspects of Nexon. Nexon still did their own thing without his input and influence. Around 2019, Nexon increased the stake of Embark Studios to 66.1%. But again, at that point in time, he was not yet an executive director, which means at that point in time he did not have any control of what Nexon did. By 2021, Nexon had full ownership and control of Embark Studios, 100%. It basically became a part of Nexon. That is giving you a bit of a little bit of something, isn't it? Okay? We'll keep going. Then we go to the current year, 2026. After the success of the initial release of Arc Raiders, Nexon gave Patrick Soderlin executive chairman. Executive chairman. Okay? You have to understand this is executive chairman. In other words, he's kind of like the second in command, give or take. Second in command, third in command, in technicalities term. He has a lot of control over what Nexon does, especially on the global side of things. So global, so JP, and of course, Western. Western, Southeast Asian, everywhere. Oh, Hachiko, buckle up. The story gets stranger. So yeah, this as of February of 2026, he is called, his official role is executive chairman, and his official responsibility is for the long-term strategy, creative direction, and the development of global game development. Global. They didn't say They didn't say Japan. They didn't say US. They didn't say Europe. They said global. Global, which includes, in my humble opinion, Japan. Wait, yeah. Yes. Which includes just about every single. He probably has influence, quite a bit of influence. Nexon is still a big one. Nexon is still big. Now, like I said, maybe I'm being a schizo. But to me, I follow things by dictionary definition. Global is a word that has a meaning. Global is a word that has a meaning. Yeah, sure. You can go into a lot of discussion about who specifically publishes Blue Archive in Japan and who specifically publishes Blue Archive in Korea and all of that. But at the end of the day, do you really actually believe that Nexon does not have control about every single branch, even if on paper they say they don't? Do you really believe that? I don't. I for sure do not believe that. Maybe I'm just cynical, maybe I'm just paranoid, but I sure don't believe that. Now, for those of you who do not know what makes Patrick Sutherland so special, why when I saw his name I felt the hairs on my back spike up in fear, cold sweat on my face. Why was I spooked when I saw this name? Why was I spooked when I saw his face? Now, some may have already forgotten, but I did not forget. Not even once. I did not forget. Things start to get a little spicy. Yes, thank you, Mo-chan. Indeed, things have started to get a little spicy. Indeed. Okay, Nexon Co. Limited. Nexon Co. Limited is in charge in Japan as well. Funny how things work. But anyway, why did I get spooked over Patrick Sutherland? This incident. I don't know how many people remember this incident. How many of you remember this incident? I don't want to ask. Answer it in the comments when you can. I'm going to just take a shot. I'm going to just grab something. Now, rewind back to 2018, late 2017, 2018. Battlefield 5 just got unveiled for the very first time. If you were here back on Monday, just after my San Cisco chat and collab, I showed you all Battlefield 5. And the game looks like trash. It looks like some nonsensical team deathmatch bullshit where you have British soldiers with a katana on their back. You have a American lady fighter with a prosthetic arm. And you have an MG42 that fires at around 700 rounds per minute instead of 1100 rounds per minute. And you have nonsense. And you have all kinds of nonsense. That sets the scene. There was a lot of player complaints and player feedback, a lot of DICE players, a lot of Battlefield players to say, what the hell is this bullshit? That was their question. What the hell was this bullshit? Hello Genius Cyrano, welcome to the stream. 999. So people ask, what this bullshit? The soldier was not even a Russian lady. It was not even a Russian. I mean, if she was a Soviet soldier, if she was a Russian soldier, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And guess what? The then person who was largely managing Battlefield 5 said in response. A little someone called Patrick Soderlund. And he said, and I quote, loosely, don't like it, don't buy it. Don't like it, don't buy it. For those of you who are complaining about our crippled American female soldier with a prosthetic arm, saying it's inaccurate, you're just uneducated. That was what they said. Oh my god, Johnny. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you so much. Master, Maginact, Archmage, Uzi, Zephy, not Zephyr, Game, make sure to thank Johnny. Then, funny how that works. Don't like it, don't buy it. And many Battlefield 1 players, remember Battlefield 1 was a huge success, a huge hit. A lot of Battlefield 1 players were like, okay. Literally, okay. We're literally like, okay. Don't like it, don't buy it, okay. Everyone just went back and played Battlefield 1. Everyone just played Battlefield 1, the World War 1 version. No one barely. Well, I'd be lying if I say that a Battlefield game will still get some Battlefield numbers, which it kind of did, but it was a fraction. It was a fraction of what Battlefield 1's success was. And it showed. The game struggled, it staggered, and it reached end of service very, very quickly. It's basically it was not good. It was not good. Battlefield 1, everyone loved Battlefield 1. Most people loved Battlefield 1. They never moved to Battlefield 5. They never did. And sure, you can say that it's not solely Patrick Soderlund's fault, that DICE as a whole made a lot of creative errors, but make no mistake, those words came out from his mouth, and I am willing to bet that he had a lot of say in the direction of the game as it was being developed. That is not a question. But already here you are seeing signs. You're starting to see some signs. You will see one sign, and one thing that really sticks out to you and sticks out to me and probably should stick out to you is that you know exactly the type of person he is in the face of criticism from fans, feedback from fans. You know exactly the type of person he is. He's the type of person, as you can see from his own words, he doesn't give a crap about what you think. He does not care. He does not care you've played every single Battlefield game from 1942 through to Battlefield 1, BF1. It does not matter. If you don't like it, you are uneducated and just don't buy it. That's what he thinks about you. Despite forking money for every single Battlefield game up until then. That's what he thinks about you. The story does not end there, by the way. This is Battlefield 5. This is Battlefield 5. Let me increase the font size so that it looks a little more presentable. We are next going to talk about something that I've personally experienced. I've personally witnessed from start to finish. A game that I used to wish list. Arc Raiders. So, the original pitch for Arc Raiders was an interesting one. It was in a time when most games were obsessing over the PvE extraction shooter. Everyone was obsessed over it. Whether it was Hunt Showdown, whether it was Tarkov, whether it was another new free-to-play PvE or another indie PvE that's using Unreal Engine 5 or all that nonsense, all that jazz. Everyone was in on it. Everyone was in on it. Which is why it came as a refreshing surprise when Embark Studios, at that point the studio that created the finals, announced that they were developing a new game called Arc Raiders, and the original pitch was very, very exciting. You are the semblance of the last human civilization in a world that is completely occupied and invaded by rogue machines, rogue robots. Your entire pitch was, as the last few bastions of humanity, you go around taking out giant robots, armies of robots, and keep humanity safe. That was the original pitch for Arc Raiders. And of course, you get a bunch of fancy loot as you did that. That was the original pitch for Arc Raiders. It was an exciting pitch. Most of us thought it was something close to like a Firefall. It's a very old game, Firefall, which is basically you are like humanity's last bastion. You're fighting against an alien invasion. But this was like you're fighting against a rogue robot invasion. We thought it was great. When the game first got unveiled, it looks like you're fighting in really, really large, dramatic open space maps, fighting really, really large monster mech bosses, robot bosses, and you were just zipping around with jetpacks and cooperating with teams of up to, I would say, almost 16 players or 32 players at the same time. You are cooperating with so many players. And suddenly, in just a very short span of time after that, so many people wishlisted the game. A lot of people wishlisted the game. Oh my god, it made so much buzz. Then suddenly the announcement happened. You know how you were humanity's last bastion? You are the last bastion of humanity, and you are fighting against an invasive robot menace with teams of up to 16 or 32 other players who are going to help out fighting giant world bosses and fighting armies? Yeah, piss off, that's not gonna happen. Ark Raiders changed to your any other typical PvPvE survival extraction shooter, as you can probably see. And I want you to understand this closely. Patrick Soderlund is the CEO of Embark. He is the one who makes decisions. Even decisions of what a game is going to end up playing like. Is it a surprise to me that he stopped giving a shit about what the players who are hyped for this game's original vision wanted? Of course not. Of course not. He wants to chase the PvPvE extraction shooter trend, so he changed the entire game from the ground up. He completely destroyed every single traces of the PvE experience, the PvE concept, the PvE premise, changed everything to replace it with another sweaty PvPvE high-stakes extraction shooter. Yeah, they kept the robots, but they were not mega large robots anymore. There were some large robots, not as big as the ones shown in the initial reveal. They're just menaces. They're just little bits of nuisances and distractions off and on. And oh boy, I was one of the few who actually complained a lot about it because I was legitimately excited for the game. They do not get enough PvE games. Most games are PvP. Most games have PvP. The biggest games, the most popular games, the games that actually have numbers are PvP. There are barely any PvE games other than a handful of household brands like the Dark Tides, or if you want to go even older, you have Left 4 Dead, you have Space Marine now. You have just a few other names. Most of them are indie at this point. There's not like a new, reasonably high budget PvE game that was going to be very large scale. It's going to be very large scale. Many players in it. And you're going to have a really chaotic good time helping each other out to fight giant bosses. No. No. You wish. Nope. Shut up. We are doing PvPvE. They're doing extraction shooter. Shut up. That was basically what Embark did. Hey, you know what? Do you know what? Fine. I just got rid of the game from the wish list. And the alpha test came out, and a lot of people, they were inviting a lot of people, and I didn't give a shit about that. I didn't care about it. I didn't care. I'm not going to play another PvPvE game unless I have friends who drag me into this. No. Miss me with that nonsense? No, I'm not going to do that. So fast forward to early 2026, Ark Raiders came out. To be fair, and I'll be fair, because it is the fair thing to do, they had a 3-month honeymoon period. Hundreds of thousands of players. Good for them. I'm just not one of them. Lots of hundreds of thousands of players for the first 3 months. Good for them. I'm just not one of them. And I was just not one of them. And funnily enough, turns out I was right. Turns out the PvE side of the player base who got burned and kicked out from Arc Raiders before it even came out were right. It was just after the honeymoon period, all because you have to understand Arc Raiders became big, largely in part because of the name Ember Studios. Largely because people remembered the finals and they enjoyed the finals, so they think Arc Raiders will be fun too. And some people had a good time for 3 whole months. Evidently, lots of people had good time for 3 whole months, but once the novelty was over, once the moments were over, once the players got what they wanted out of the game, they just stopped. That's why you get news like this. And I want to take this opportunity to read this article, okay? I want to take this opportunity to read this article together. It's an important article. It's a very important article. But it illustrates to you the problems. Again, it illustrates to you some very pressing problems that I think is at the back of your head at this point in time, because I'm aware it's probably in the back of your head at this point in time, but it's going to be spelled out here. Some level of noise, recent trend of spamming Steam chat numbers every few hours for various games at time, blah 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 blah. Arc Raiders experienced an absolute tremendous fast drop in players on Steam, down from peak concurrent of 466k in January to just 90,000 today, when this today was April of 2026. And I will hazard guess the numbers dropped even further now. It's not just that it's a big drop, but it's a big drop extremely quickly. The game is down 80% in just 3.5 months since 2026 started. This, of course, is not a single player game where you expect to fall off once the content is over, but it's a departure. But it's the departure from the storyline before this, when Arc Raiders had a very solid hold on its player base, staying almost even or at times increasing from its launch in October to that 2026 turnover, but something happened. It's just not pulling out its current slide. It keeps dropping every week. Nearly 90 to 100,000 concurrent isn't bad. Certainly, Arc Raiders is going to be considered a hit to some degree still, but this drop is worth studying. Funny how that works, doesn't it, Cyrano? Funny how that works, isn't it, Cyrano? What's going on? It's as if it's not one big deal that let everyone to feed the game, but conflagration of factors. New content isn't catching. Even Ember previously acknowledged that there isn't enough to do in the game, which is why they've tried to add new enemies and quests over time. None of them have reversed the declines. Fatigue. I told you so. This is where all of us in the PvP community, the PvP side of the player base, we told you so. Patrick, we told you so. We told you so. It was just another extraction shooter for 2069. It was just another extraction shooter number 42069. You could have made it big by creating a unique PvE experience where you fight giant robots. But no. You just had to make it another extraction shooter. PvE focus. Arc Raiders found success drawing casual players in by leaning more heavily on PvE content and making PvP less brutal in other entries in this genre. This has increased in time leading to some PvP players to leave, but if you're catering to more casual players are also more likely to leave in time, which is what we are seeing here in part. And it's not self-explanatory. This is the important part, like this. I want you to understand this is the important part. This is the important part. Lurkers, I want all of you to focus on this right now. Everyone, focus. Because this is probably going to give you the biggest hint of things. I want you to focus on this last point. I want you to focus on this last point. Streamer anti-advertising. While streamers can help elevate a game by showing it to tens to thousands of their fans, the opposite can be true. Every week, it feels like a new high-profile streamer announces they are pulling back from the game. Recently, it was Ninja who called it unplayable because of the cheaters and the stream snipers. Peanut, arguably the current biggest Arc Raiders creator, has been playing less of the game. Even he says it cost him a significant number of viewers. Most of these situations are a combination of dealing with cheaters and community target. I want you to understand this part. Streamer anti-advertising. Your own sponsored streamers. And your own streamers. Your own sponsored streamers are turning on you. Have turned on you. And does this sound familiar, Lucas? Tell me, does this sound a little bit familiar? Does this sound familiar? This is a June 2026 collab, so Patrick Soderlund is already having control of Nexon. Does this look familiar? Collabing with streamers who hate your game or just stop liking it. We're not talking about that. Anti-streamers is the power we're talking about. The anti-advertising of streamers. Does it look a little familiar to you? It's been identified that Arc Raiders has a problem with Arc Raiders has a problem with streamers in collabs, in advertising, in little bits of arrangements between streamer and developer, that the streamers end up not really doing much or sometimes even harming the game's reputation. Does that sound familiar to you? Like I say, to me, this sounds familiar. And I want you all to remember. He is still the CEO of Embark. He has always been the CEO of Embark Studios. And to see this happened. Streamer anti-advertising. Streamers ending up, specific streamers which was supposed to market your game ending up causing it more harm than good. There is a pattern. There is a pattern. In these cases, before he took over Nexon, enough Blue Archive players complained and the plans got changed for the better. Once he took over in Nexon's decision making, suddenly player feedback does not get applied. Do you notice that? Again, maybe I'm being a schizo. Maybe I need to touch grass more. But does it not feel a little bit familiar to you? Because I think it's not a coincidence. I personally think it is not a coincidence. Because he is so obsessed with the modern audience. He's so obsessed with the normies. He's so obsessed with the largest possible, mostly casual player base. He decides to make collabs that feel tone deaf to the actual fans and player base of the game that he's trying to market. Is it too much of a stretch? Is it that big of a leap? Is it that big of a leap to make? I don't think so. Some might think so, but I don't think so. It adds up. It tracks. Now, I'm just gonna say speculation. As with most of the things, I'm just looking at a bunch of facts and noticing that they're connected in some odd way. Very, very odd way, in fact. Extremely odd way. Now you know. Like I say, the timings. It's the timings. It's the timings. It's the timing. You just have to see this. You have to see this. Before Patrick Sutherland co-ran Nexon, before that, Nexon was still sufficiently intimidated by the Blue Archive fanbase. He still cared for player feedback. At the end of the day, when it comes to Blue Archive, at the very least, they got the localization issues. Blue Archive players brought it up enough times. It gets fixed bit by bit. The original, very controversial collab choice of having C.VA and Connor to collab with Blue Archive, enough players complained. They cancelled that one and replaced it with Mint and Whammy. Romelia. They replaced it with Mint and Romelia, which were objectively better choices for a collab. But suddenly, when he took over, Patrick Sutherland took over the reins of Nexon, at least in part. Nexon announces a brand new, equally if not more controversial collaboration effort, where one of the streamers actively hated the game, and one of them defended those who hated the game and its players. And despite players also bringing it up and complaining about it, suddenly it got ignored. It got ignored. What changed? That was the question. This was the change. This was the change. In 5 years, Blue Archive never had a problem with the gacha system. Suddenly, this guy works at Nexon in an executive role, which means he can make decisions. Suddenly, the gacha system changed. Suddenly, when this guy has control of Nexon's decision, suddenly he does not give a shit about player feedback. And he has had a history of ignoring or insulting player feedback. Now that you have understand all of these little links, all of these little chains, does it start to make a little bit more sense? Per se. Is it that much of a stretch? I know we will never find it out on paper. We will never find it written in black and white. We can only resort to circumstantial evidence, assessment of timings, and all those little nitty-gritty little discoveries and diggings into. Probably will never see an internal document. We'll probably never see any of those. But you know what? Is it that big of a stretch that an ex-EA executive with a reputation of ignoring player feedback would suddenly take control of Nexon and suddenly Blue Archive has made player unfriendly decisions, and the second high scandal collaboration announcement did not change at all despite player feedback. Do you notice that? Because I did. Sucks to be Blue Archive. Sucks to be the devs. To be stuck with a snake like Nexon. The sympathies out to the devs. The sympathies out to the players who actually spend money. The players who go in with their dailies, with the level 90 sensei and their 5-star, the over-leveled students. It sucks to be them. To me, I see the big problem. Nexon has always been crap. Nexon has always been horrible. But at the end of the day, Nexon's flaws and evil, in my humble opinion, evil, are centered on money, are money specific. But with someone like Patrick Soderlund, someone like him, it's not necessarily about the money. His EA, DNA probably will, at one point, evidently make it about the money, as you can see with the gacha changes. But to him, it's not just about the money anymore, I don't think. So where do we go from here? Well, to be fair to Blue Archive players, there has been major shit show, and this is where my disappointment is immeasurable. We're gonna be talking about their Band-Aid solution. And I'm going to bring up this one. I want to bring up this post. Let me just increase the size of the screen a moment. Okay, bookmark. So, in the wake of the massive backlash of the gacha changes, the Blue Archive devs have made a I don't know if it was Nexon's decision. It could be Nexon's decision. It most likely is. Anything that has to do with monetization usually stems from Nexon, not the devs of Blue Archive. They had a band-aid solution. Discounts. Gifted tickets. Gifted tickets. Bribe. You know what I think? You know what I think this is? It's a bribe. It's a bribe. It does not fix the core issue with the game. It does not. It does not fix the core issue of the gacha. The gacha is still as broken as it was unveiled. What it offers instead is a bribe. You're being offered a bribe. You're given discounts. You're given rebates. It's to shut you up. It's to shut you up. Make no mistake. This is to shut you up. This is to shut me up. It's going to shut us up as Blue Archive players. That is all it does. It is no different. It is no different than a corrupt politician that you hate giving you $2,000 to mark his name on the ballot box. It's no different. It's no different. And those like OP who says bullshit like this, come on, are you a child? Are you a fucking child? Who gets easily mollified and satisfied when someone throws a toy at you? Are you really that simple? Are you really that simple? Tell me, are you really that simple? You want? No. 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 It's a bribe. It's a bribe. We can read exactly what it does. Discounts are a bribe. Rebates are a bribe. At the end of the day, the system is still broken. That will not change. And there's one more. There is one more thing that we have to cover. There's one more thing we have to cover, and it's telling. It does not give us the answers that we want, but it gives us the answers that we need. And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? So this is the message from the general producer at Blue Archive. Again, we're gonna read this together, and maybe you'll start to understand that his response to this entire shit show is a case of giving us the answers that we do not want. Not giving us the answers we want, but gives us the answers that we need. And what do we mean by that? Well, let's read it together. This is Kim Yong-ha, General Producer of Blue Archive. Regarding the renewal of the student recruitment system this time, we have caused considerable anxiety and confusion among the senseis. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. I would like to apologize for the fact that despite this renewal having a significant impact on senseis' gaming experience, we disclosed the information only at the last minute, and furthermore for casually reposting content related to this matter on a personal SNS account, which led to a loss of trust. With the approval of the operations team, I would like to take this opportunity to explain the circumstances surrounding this matter. So, we were expecting an explanation. We were expecting a big explanation. Because this is a big change. Changing your entire gacha system from the ground up after 5 years of the game running is a change beyond any measure. So let's see what he says. From the development team's perspective, we believe that the aspects of the recruitment that cause the most stress for teachers is when no pickup students can be welcomed until the call points, the spark is required to welcome students are reached, and we've been exploring ways to alleviate this. The reason is that we believe enabling as many teachers as possible to encounter students they desire is the foundation for Blue Archive to continue being loved for a long time. The method devised by our development team to reduce this stress even only a little was to increase the likelihood of welcoming a pickup student as quickly as possible. And here's where things get telling. If you read this entire drivel, you would think that the spark is still there, the 200 pool ticket is still there, but again, if you wanted to make life easier for the players to pull, you will put the 50-50 at the 100th pull. That's all you needed to do. Give a 50-50 chance to get the student you want at the 100th pull. Make no other changes to it. That would have been a positive change. A small but positive change. But no. The way he words it is as if that was what he did. And that is already the telling part of this entire story. That's already the telling part for this entire situation. That was not what was changed. The entire system was changed. Sure, you got a 50-50, but there's no spark. Everything is pure RNG. Everything. Even the 100th pearl 50-50 is RNG. Assuming it's even 50%. So, I'm sorry? This is a load of bullshit. Objectively. I don't care if it was you, a producer of Blue Archive, who said it, or some clown from Nexon who said it. That statement right there is a lie and it's bullshit. And I don't like having my intelligence insulted like that when I've taken the time to actually assess the new system. So now it's around 1400 hours on July 2020 racing via official X account and other channels. The details are the Spark system and the function to inherit these points. Additionally, to ensure you can feel the benefits of the renewal, we have introduced recruitment count bonus in the form of a limited 10 recruitment ticket bribe. It's a bribe. It's a bribe to shut you up. It's a band-aid to shut you up. Designed to reduce the burden required to essentially guaranteeing getting the student you want. However, regardless of our intentions, I do not know about your intentions. I do not know. If this was really your intentions, I would be really, really disappointed. But to your credit, developers of Blue Archive, I am going to extend the courtesy by saying that I believe it is Nexon's decision. Okay? I can say with some level of confidence, and I hope it's not misplaced confidence, that if you had your way, you wouldn't want to worry about the monetization part. All that much. But we'll finish the statement and we can have a proper discussion about what he says. We force teachers to verify the gains and losses of the changes, further increasing anxiety. And as we can see, with our little discussion, it's a net loss. Cut it how you wish, it is a net loss. And above all, we damage the trust that has been built up until now. After the announcement, we received voices of anxiety and confusion from many senseis, and we deeply realized that our preparations and communication process were insufficient. This is not the core problem. This is not the core problem, okay? It's not the core problem. You could have made this announcement 2, 3, 4 months in advance, and we would have still grilled you over it. Because it's not about how you convey the information, it's about the information itself. It's the information itself that is causing the outrage. It's not the way you delivered it. Don't try to insult our intelligence. I may not be as deeply into Brew Archive as any other players, even some lurkers, but for fuck's sake, I am a level 90 sensei as well, okay? I am still a level 90 sensei. Your statement is directed to me, and I do not like having my intelligence insulted. It's not about how you convey the information. It's the information itself that is upsetting. Get that straight. Moving forward, we will prioritize delivering a stable gaming experience to teachers. No, that's not what we want. That's not what we want right now. That's not what we want right now. We just want the predictability of the Spark system back. At the very least. At the very bare minimum. We just want the Spark system predictability to return. You can do all kinds of nonsense surrounding the rates to which the 200 pools are reached, but the Spark system, as it stands, for 5 years should remain. But I'm sure they won't do that, because, like I said, Patrick Soderlund, he never cares about player feedback. He could say to your face he doesn't give a fuck about player feedback. That you're uneducated. That you either play the game or don't. It does not matter to him. That is his own words. We aim to proceed with more cautious deliberation and sufficient guidance. We take this matter very seriously and will work to rebuild trust even if gradually with more responsible stance. You did not answer the question. You did not answer the question. I'm sorry. I can like your game. I have no life to your game before. But I'm sorry. This entire statement is a load of shit. And now I know. Now you all start to understand. You all start to understand why I say that This post from the producer of Blue Archive did not give us what we want, did not give the answers that we want, but it gave us the answers that we need. Now you know why. And I made a quote post on this. Where is it? Where is my quote post? Where is my quote post? There we go. This is my quote post, and this is largely still questions that has not been answered. This says largely still questions that have not been answered. Why after years, suddenly systems must be replaced? Why 5 years later in 2026? It is damage control. A weak one at that. It does not answer core questions. I don't think anyone from Blue Archive's teams are even allowed to answer the question, and that's why I still feel. So again, I strongly think it has something to do with new leadership in Nexon, incidentally a certain exec hired in 2026. That is still my explanation. Yes, Nexon has always been bad, but Nexon has always been horrible, but Nexon has never been bad in this very unique way. They still get spooked when a large enough number of players turn their eyes on them. But not now. Not now. And you have to wonder why. What changed? This changed. You just had to screw yourself over. Blue Archive was arguably the only asset that Nexon have that generated goodwill. Almost every game that came out from Nexon is a reputational net negative, except Blue Archive. And you had to screw it all up. Because of one ex-EA exec and his stupid decisions. This creepy, what is this? Quote. Fix up X. This one.
We had a good gotcha, you stupid son of a bitch. We had hags, we had cunny, we had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have kept the sparks, cooked, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect, but no, you just had to blow it up. You and your greed and your pity system, you just want to be like Hoyo. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now. We had a good gotcha, you stupid son of a bitch. We had hags, we had cunny. We had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have kept the sparks, cooked, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect, but no, you just had to blow it up. You and your greed and your pity system, you just want to be like Hoyo. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now. We had a good gotcha, you stupid son of a bitch. We had hags, we had cunny, we had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have kept the sparks, cooked, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect, but no, you just had to blow it up. You and your greed and your pity system, you just want to be like Hoyo. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
How are we going to escape? Okay. So far, I do admit that it has been doom posting, doom and gloom for an extended period of time. Okay? It has been doom and gloom from start to end. It has been doom and gloom from start to end, I do admit that. But, can things be changed? That's the question. Do we still have influence? If we shout loud enough, if we make a fuss loud enough, can we still make a difference? Because remember, this is the same Blue Archive community. The same Blue Archive community that took down an entire corrupt regulation department. The same Blue Archive community. People forget this story. And this clown here, let me show you. This clown here does not understand. This is not a Hoyoverse boycott. This is not a Hogwarts Legacy boycott. This is Blue Archive. You clown. This is a Blue Archive situation. And the players, if they cared enough, they have made a difference. Okay, but let's not talk about Blue Archive for a brief moment, even though it's a very important factor. It's an important factor, but not important enough. Maybe for some. Maybe you think things have changed. Things have definitely changed on the Nexon side. Patrick is the change. But at the end of the day, he is still an executive. At the end of the day, he is still a person making bad decisions. And we have started to see signs. They're not just Eastern companies have to be beholden to their actual paying customers, but even Western companies as well right now. And what do I mean by that? We're going to talk about a situation that seems unrelated, but for the purposes of will things get better, there is a chance. Have you heard the story of Cracker Barrel? The incident of Cracker Barrel. Do you all remember what happened with Cracker Barrel? Tell me, show of hands, how many of you all remember the story of Cracker Barrel? Now here is a story. Here's a story too. I know, like I said, there's been a lot of black pilling throughout this stream so far. I know there has been. But I want to tell the story of Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel was one of those cases where at one point in time, it fell victim to the corporate minimalists and their modern consumer mindset. As you can see with the left, the logo had a soulless change. Every American knows of Cracker Barrel. The classic logo. Classic logo. Everyone knows it. Everyone loves it. You go, you see the logo, you know, that's Cracker Barrel right there. Let's have a nice snack. Let's eat something good. We have no ideas what we want to eat for. We want to eat something a little fancier than usual, but we have no idea what we want to eat. Still something within the price range. Let's go to Cracker Barrel. That was always the understanding from my viewing. Until a certain person by the name of Julie Massino became the CEO of Cracker Barrel. Things started changing. Till SOS time. It changed subtly, then overtly. Menu changes. Service changes. Then the food style changed. It went from Southern American style food to, as one lurker pointed out quite appropriately, Ryan Mom style brunch. The identity was getting chipped away slowly until that dramatic incident with the logo changed. The top became the bottom for a very brief moment. Hell broke loose. Cracker Barrel fans, Cracker Barrel customers, a lot of people, they saw this and they said, piss off. If this is the shit you're gonna force feed us on right now, I'm never going to another Cracker Barrel again. And enough people said the same thing. Enough. Thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Enough people said the same thing. And you know what happened? You know what happened? The board itself took action. The board itself told the CEO to her face, don't screw this up. You reversed everything right now. Or we are in a mess, and we sure as hell will make sure you are in that mess with us. And they made the change. The logo reverted back to the old one, the classic one that we love. The menu changes slowly phased back to the old ones that a lot of the customers love. Everything went back to the way it should have been. And July 27, 2026, which is a couple of days ago, the CEO got fired. She was forced to step down because she fucked it up too much. And that was glorious. If there is one thing that should be a white pill to any of you here, is that if you make a protest loud enough, even in a Western corporation where they obsessed over the modern audience, they obsess over the modern customer, you spook them and you scare them enough, they will still play ball with the customer. And they got rid of her. They got rid of her. Now, we can go into a lot of speculation of where she's gonna go from here. Will she fail upwards like every other American exec? Possibly. But for the purposes of Cracker Barrel, it shows that they still listen. And a Western company still listened. Yes, enjoy your lunch, doctors. Enjoy your lunch. I'm still going to keep talking, but enjoy your lunch while you listen, okay? They still listen. And that's great. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. They still listen. So, if a Western company is still willing to listen to enough customers, do you really think an Asian company whose culture is very culture built into respecting the views and the requests and the preferences of the person giving you money, do you really think it's that much harder to convince an Asian company who wants your money to do what you say? Is it that hard? I'm asking you right now, it should not be that hard. Blue Archive fans have one key strength that many other fandoms, many other communities do not have. And that is solidarity. It's solidarity. When push comes to shove, every single Blue Archive fan is just going to stop arguing and bickering with one another, and they will work together to fix an existential crisis. They can. They have. Multiple times. Here's where you don't understand, ZR. For now, the gears have been switched. But how long can it stay switched? What if the payoff does not outweigh the cost? That's the question that will be asked in the coming days, the coming weeks, maybe the coming months. To me, at least, to me, as a level 90 sensei, it is extremely easy for me to stop playing Blue Archive. I have stopped playing Blue Archive for close to a year, actually. For close to a year. I only briefly returned because of the Whammy stream and finding out that Rio was in the banner. I only came back for Rio and I just stopped playing. It's easy for me. It should be easy for others. It should. Yes, Jose Rivera, we talked about that. We talked about that. I want you all to again remember, if it can work for Cracker Barrel, it can work for Blue Archive. Doubly better. So, what I told you all in today's stream is not meant to black pill you. It's not meant to give you doom and gloom. It's not meant to demotivate you. Instead, what I'm telling you right now is to focus on the problems. To make you understand the problems. You will not know how to fix the problem if you don't know where the source of the problem is. And that is what I am doing my best to do here. The timing is just too perfect. The timing is just too perfect. And say what you want. Say what you want. He had so much control over Battlefield 5. Like your Chan, he had a lot of control until it failed. and say what you want. He had full control of Embark Studios. And even as Arc Raiders loses almost 90% of his player base and players are begging for different content, more unique content, or something that will refresh it, he says no. I think there is a high likelihood that we have identified the source. Say what you want about Nexon, but at its core, Nexon is still an Asian company. They would never. They would lie to you. Okay, an Asian company would lie to you, would try to gaslight you but politely, will try to say the prettiest words to make sure you do not get aggroed. But what Nexon, like every other Asian corporation, will not do is to say no to your face when you start complaining. That is a Western thing. That is an EA thing. Nexon would never, ever by themselves dream of saying, don't like it, don't buy it. That is suicide. Suicide. Sewer slides. That is financial disaster. That is PR disaster. Any Asian company, whether it's the most evil or the nicest, an Asian company believes that the moment you say the word don't like it, don't buy it, you might as well call for bankruptcy. And that applies to Nexon. They are an Asian company at heart. And the only type of people who will blatantly ignore player feedback are people like him. I hope you'll understand this closely. Even if Nexon is evil, even if Nexon plans to rip you off, they will never say to your face that they're ripping you off. They have to do cloak and dagger. They have to sneak around. They have to hide. They'll give you a smile on their face as they plot. But not with Westerners like Western execs like Patrick Soderlin. They will screw you over. They will rip you off. And when you ask them, when you complain to them, they will say to your face, if you don't like it, piss off. That is the difference between an Asian exec and a Western exec. Because let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. With the amount of outrage that happened over this Fort Master collab, if Nexon by themselves, a bunch of Koreans running the company, had full decision, they would have done something about it. Because at the end of the day, all they care about is the money. The PR is a bonus. And losing PR is still a loss. They would rather not have it. But not with Westerners. Westerners, they have gotten too used to, too comfortable with spitting on their own customers, despite them being the only reason that they are running a business to begin with. Oh, by the way, who followed? Mo-chan, who followed me? I missed it. Who followed me? I want to name the name. Oh no. Oh no, whoever it was who followed me, thank you for following me, okay? I was too absorbed in my conversation that I have missed the follow. Leon. Okay, Leon, thank you for the follow. You know what? If that is the reality we have to live with, I guess we gotta play Blue Archive on... I guess if that is the reality we're gonna live with, we probably have to play Blue Archive as an indie game on Steam. Because it's gotta go EOS. And if it ever goes EOS, I want every single Blue Archive player who is watching this stream right now to know exactly the face of the person who brought it to his knees. Good, Master. I hope as many Blue Archive players as possible, as humanly possible, the millions of Blue Archive players will think like you. I hope so. Numbers and money. Numbers and money. He is too correct. Oh yeah, we're gonna finish off with the last slides, and this is the oddest thread of them all. This is the oddest thread of them all. Let's have a look at this. I do not know how effective this will be, if it will be, but it's something to think about. It's something to think about. I don't know how accurate this is or whether there is something that can be done, but we can have a look. Note: Blue Archive's gacha system change allegedly violates South Korea's Electronic Commerce Act. After nearly 5 years of operation, a stable gacha contract would have been formed. Unilaterally modifying the core Pity Spark system constitutes a change in consumer expectations and harms vested consumer interests. This fully meets the legal conditions for a collective complaint to the Fair Trade Commission. Allegedly. Moreover, Nexon has had prior record 2 years ago, fined 11.6 billion in Korean won for secretly manipulating random item probabilities in MapleStory. If the overseas Korean players can organize and file a complaint, it could create an effect. Now, it's a long shot. You don't need me to tell you it's a long shot, but if it has happened before. Again, Korean players have made this happen before. Is it a long shot? It is. Objectively, it is a long shot. Like with anything, you bring anything to a court, you bring anything to a government, it will be a long shot. But is it impossible? What happened in the past tells me it is not. Article 4 Rules for Online Sellers. This is the main rule that defines who counts as an online blah 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 blah. Buyers rise to cancel. Buyers have the right to cancel their purchase for any reason within 7 days of receiving goods. This period can be extended up to 3 months. Ban practices, 70 specific types of practices, bait and switch advertising. But yeah, it's a very long shot. But if there's one thing, if any South Korean player of Blue Archive, if they want to have a class action lawsuit, if they want to even just do it by themselves, a whale with a lot of money wants to do it for himself, I think this is not legal advice, but I think it is a good point to zero in on the 5-year thing. The system has been in place for 5 years and it just randomly got changed July 2026. But you have to understand one thing also, Chan. You will have to understand one thing. With Patrick Soderlund at the helm, he's also in charge, not just monetization and globally, not just monetization and marketing globally, he's also in charge of the creative affairs of Nexon. Which means there is a chance he will exert influence on Blue Archive. And when he does, you will get more Akemi. Akemi might be the norm even. You will get more Akemi. Akemi will not be a one-off, unique character with a unique design. They might be the norm. She might be the norm. And for those of you, you all know who Akemi is, right? You all know what she looks like. I refuse to believe you don't know what she looks like. Yup, she's more a meme character, but with someone like Patrick Soderlund, remember, an American female soldier crippled and using a prosthetic arm. Do you really think the meme will not become the norm? She will be more than a meme. There will be characters, archetypes like that, and it will be more than a meme. That's what happens if you don't find some way to pressure Nexon to kick out Patrick Soderlund, or at least demote him from an executive role if they can't get rid of him. And for those of you who don't know who I'm referring to her, Akemi. She's a meme character. A funny meme character, but a meme character all the same. But imagine if Patrick Soderlund had his way, it will not be a meme. It will be an entire character archetype. And you better be ready for that if he ever reaches to the creative aspects of Blue Archive, not just the monetization. But not gonna lie though, in all seriousness, if it wasn't for the changes to the gacha system, if Akemi actually became a usable character, I probably would pull for her just for the 50 cal. I'm curious what a 50 cal, what a unit with a 50 cal can do in terms of DPS. But we're not ever gonna experience that now, will we? Not with the new gacha system. I'm done doing Genshin bullshit with gacha systems. If Blue Archive cares so much about chasing me away from the game, I will just leave the game. I'll just follow the story. In my own pace. Without playing the damn game. So yeah, this is where we have stopped right now. It's probably an ongoing story. It's going to go for at least 2 weeks. But you know what? Now that I have finished my topic, I'm going to prep the post formally. I wanted to leave till after I was done with today's stream to write the topic properly down and post it on X and Facebook. But now that I've done that, I can get started on it. But that will be later. That will happen later. I do not want that right now. I do not. I've been talking for 3.5 hours straight. I've been talking 3.5 hours endlessly. And I would like a break. I haven't cursed you all at 3 a.m. But you know what? I'm gonna take this opportunity to have a short break. I will see you lurkers in 2 to 3 minutes. And I will spend the rest of the stream firstly. Have a chat on the whole Blue Archive situation. And if that guy is here, whatever his name is, this guy, and any of you who are trying to say to my face that I am just doing this for cheap engagement, any one of you in the chat right now who is telling me to my face that I'm doing this for cheap engagement, you me talk. Don't just leave a comment while I'm away and then I'll come back and see later. You me talk right now. I'm streaming right now. You and me talk right now. Say it to my face. Anyway. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you. Okay? Bye-bye. See you. Few minutes. Now, this is quite the conversation, the ethical discussion between Master and someone else. We're talking interesting ethical conversation about the ethics of banning something because it's harmful. Now, that is a very, very interesting topic. I'm just curious to see what you're talking about. Let me see. Gambling, narcotics, gooning, like with everything. Okay, Master, there's one thing you have to understand about me. There's one thing you kind of had to understand about me. I'm not an absolutist. My personal principles hover around liberty to the best of my ability because I realize how important that is. But at the end of the day, there are still strong parts of me who believe in some semblance of social protections. Shut up, Love Has. But the topic of gambling and narcotics is a very contentious topic indeed. Now, do I believe? Honestly, it is a very messy topic. The thing is, there is a phrase called yet young. There are certain things that you can't mix together. There are just certain things that it's not wise to mix together. So for instance, gambling and hard narcotics. Yes, they're both damaging, but in their own different degrees. But at the end of the day, they are very different things. Yeah, the argument is not about them existing. We can't have absolutism on anything actually. That is the problem. That is the reality. In a perfect world where everyone knows how to behave, yes, we can be absolutist about freedom. We can be absolute about just free expression and just do what you want to do, say what you want to say, every single thing, every single time, 100%. Yes, in a perfect world that will work, but we are not in a perfect world. To be fair, Mo-chan. To be fair, no small number of whales have a mental tendency to hyper-invest on things that they perceive to give them personal, as Ian would say, pride and accomplishment. Some wills. Not all, for sure not all. It's an interesting argument. Well, Hachiko, I will be lying, you will be lying, everyone will be lying if we don't get a dopamine hit when we press the gacha button and we get something really good. We'll be lying. I think my opinion on this is probably going to not satisfy a lot of people, but my opinion on this is it has the right to exist with proper safeguards. It has the right to exist with proper safeguards. And most of the times, it is up to us I don't know how we can get a proper safeguard, but there has to be safeguards. Ideally, the companies have a proper sense of constraint. For instance, like the current NetEase games, where Winsmeet, like I say, is another good example. They have constraints. They still appeal to the players who would like to spend big money on the fanciest equipment and the fanciest outfits that do not increase your stats. But they keep themselves, they hold back because whether it's they value the reputation, which I think they just value the reputation. They hold back. And I think this is the secret. This is the secret to regulating the actions of corporations. And of course, it's easier said than done. But it has been doable. The fact that games like Where Winds Meet exist, the fact that games like Warframe exist, the fact that there are certain games you will see their monetization system is so fair. The fact that you can think about it in such a way means that somewhere, businesses are motivated to exercise restraint in how they implement their monetization. Somewhere. And the question we have to identify is where that somewhere is. What is inspiring them, motivating them to exercise restraint? Because I can tell you, if NetEase didn't care about whatever it is they were caring about, When Winsmeet would paywall power creep. They would. They would even go further as to keep power levels, the strongest abilities, the strongest martial arts, the strongest weapons behind a loot box. They would. Whatever that's legal, they would do it. But they don't. And I'm sure mainland laws, for what it is, there will still be loopholes where corporations can be predatory to its customers. For sure. But NetEase with Where Wins Me, for instance, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. They held back. Just like Warframe, for all these years they held back. They sure as hell were living in Canada, which at that point in time, even now, nothing's really stopping them from being more predatory and shot and nickel and diming the players for just every single power growth. Nothing's stopping them. But why are they stopping? That is the important question. Why are they stopping? It's certainly not government regulation. It's certainly not Trade Federation regulation. They are not being sued. They are not being prosecuted. So what is holding them back? That is the question we have to answer. And that answer is not government regulation. You are correct. Mo-chan, you are correct. The answer is not government regulation. But if there is no government regulation, why are they still holding back? That is the question. That is the question of the moment. Nothing is preventing them from holding back, but they still do it. Nothing is forcing them to hold back, but they still choose to do it. And that is the question we have to answer. And if we can find the perfect answer to that, we find the secret to companies having some degree of ethics. So at the end of the day, it may not be the most ideal option. It's easier said than done, firstly. We need to make businesses be afraid of their customers. At the end of the day, that is just that simple. We need to make businesses be afraid of their customers. And I don't mean afraid like afraid of for their life or afraid for their well-being or something like that. Afraid that they make the wrong decision and they're never getting money from the customer ever again. That is what we need to make them be afraid of. And this is why if we can achieve that, if us as consumers, as customers, people with money that we spend on others or something, if we can properly understand our rights as consumers, because at the end of the day it's education. It always goes back to that. It always goes back to education. It's always education. At the end of the day, if consumers are more educated, they know what the power they have. They are aware of the power they have as a consumer, as a customer. That at the end of the day, if you threatened to walk out of the door without paying a dime to any of the business will be so afraid and it will be begging you to come back in. That is the understanding that a lot of consumers need to have. Government regulation, at the end of the day, is a band-aid. Prosecutions and lawsuits, at the end of the day, is just a band-aid. People need to understand that in a marketplace where everyone wants to make money, the business needs you more than you need them. Especially in the realm of video games. Especially in the realm of video games. There is always an indie dev. There is always another new gacha, anime-themed gacha game. There is always a new AAA game. There's always a new AA game. We as gamers, our problem is not that we do not have any games to play. Our problem is that we have too many games to play. So, we have the power. And if enough of us understand that we have the power, so what if a handful of whales are too addicted to even with the new gacha system in Blue Archive? So what if a handful of whales who spend tens of thousands of dollars every single month to get the power creep, to grab that new OP pay-to-win ability and weapons, enough of us just say, fuck this, I'm out, I'm not playing this game. Their wailing means nothing. At the end of the day, what is the point wailing for a game that no one plays? Eventually, even the most addicted of whales will understand that a game is about to die and they will leave. Either they leave or the game goes end of service. That is the secret. Education is the secret. Understanding that you as a consumer, you have the money, therefore you have the power. Understanding the simple word. You are a customer, you are entitled. You are an entitled customer. And I don't mean this as an insult. I mean you are, by definition, by dictionary definition, by the natural laws of the world and the natural laws of reality. You are an entitled customer because you are the one holding the money. If the business wants your money hard enough, they will listen to you. And that's what you have to understand. Which is why it's all the more stupid, and I hate it even more, to see clowns like Shale Lion. These people think they are so smug. They think they are so intelligent. They think they have everything figured out. No. You are just stupid. You are not using your brain. You're not using your brain. Because if you did, you know. You will know. We don't have to live like this. We don't have to live like this. You don't have to live like this. I am helping you save your money. You can save your own money too. You deserve better than what you're getting. That's, at the end of the day, this is what I'm trying to tell every one of you right now in the chat. You deserve better than what you're getting. Without a doubt. No uncertainty. You deserve better than what you are getting. You do not have to Let a corporation feed you anything you want and you say thank you. They want your money. You do not need their services or their games. Which is why the worst type of customers are the PlayStation fans, the Nintendo fanboys, and people like Scale. All they see is the vapid, superficial shallowness of a consumer protest. All they see is the vapid shallowness of a consumer protest. Oh, they are just entitled customers. Oh, they are just creating drama. Oh, they're just complaining over nothing. They're not like you, okay? You can complain over nothing, but a lot of people complain for a reason. Can we not talk about politics right now? Especially Saudi, Qatar, or Middle Eastern politics. Simple. Oh, you're grifting. I will firstly ask them a simple question. One simple question. One very simple question. OP, one very simple question. What's the definition of grifting? That's the question I asked them. That is the first question I asked them. If they by chance give the proper definition of grifting, which is loosely give or take, expressing views and opinions, or perfecting in a way that they do not believe in, but they do it anyway with the intent of self-enrichment. If they give a halfway accurate answer, then I'll ask them another very simple question. Another very simple follow-up question. Can you prove I don't believe what I say? Can you prove it? Can you prove it? No, seriously. Anyone who accuses each other of grifting, anyone who is in the chat who thinks that I'm grifting you right now, or anyone who is on Twitter, anyone who is on Facebook who is trying to say I'm grifting right now, tell me, what part of what I said I do not believe in? And do you have any proof that can show I do not believe in what I say? Do you know? Can you find any proof? And look at John, if he ends up saying something along the lines of, well, you are a grifter because you're expressing an incendiary opinion and you're trying to drive a division, blah, 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 then I would say, so are you saying that grifter just means someone with an opinion you do not like? And if they say no, I'll go back to ask them the same question again. What is the definition of grifter? Or if they say yes, I'll just humbly tell them, your education system failed you. That's all. You see, it's so easy to argue with someone. It is so easy to argue with someone if you know exactly what you're arguing. And the problem with certain people who accuses others of being grifters, who uses insults, who uses labels, that's all they can do. That's all they can do. They hope you are not confident enough in your own views and opinions. They are hoping you are not confident enough in your views and your opinions that their attempts at insulting you shakes your confidence. That is what people like them want. They call you grifter. And you will get all protective. You get all protective. You get all defensive. And you say shut up or something like that. All you have to do is ask them simple questions. Really. And if you ask them simple questions and you see how they answer, you have two options. Firstly, they will embarrass themselves by doubling down on factual information. They will give you How long have I been muted? Oh, shoot. How long have I been muted? Let me catch my breath. How long have I been muted? How long? 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, what I wanted to say is, if you ever respond to someone who accuses you of being grifter by asking those questions that I ask, you go through the conversation long enough, you have a few outcomes. Okay? The first outcome, which is the simplest outcome, is that they stop responding. Because they don't know how to respond. And you won. The second outcome is that they double down on their factually incorrect definition of a grifter, and they embarrass themselves for the entire social media to see, or for the stream to see, and you won. Or the third, they shift the goalposts. They say, well, you may not be grifting, but what you're saying here is causing a lot of divisiveness or something, blah, 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 blah. And they admit themselves, I'm not grifting. You just don't like my opinion. Therefore, I also win. Because this is the problem. A lot of things can be solved if you are just aware enough of things. And I'm not saying educated, but I'm saying aware enough of things. For instance, a person who accuses you of grifting, when you believe 100% of the words that is coming out of your mouth, they already lost the fight before it even began. Because they were going at it, making a factually false statement, and you have to understand the fact that is factually false. Because once you understand that whatever they are saying is a load of shit, nothing they say is going to give them the win after that. You just have to lead them like an idiot until they push themselves into a corner. DZ, I can give you a perfect example of someone who was a grifter. I talked about it in the same collab on Monday, but there is one perfect example. There was this so-called YouTuber who was virtue signaling about specific VTubers and their specific avatars. You know the type. And when people called this VTuber out saying that the biggest Hololive VTubers, the biggest named VTubers like Hizuda I blah 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 blah, all of those, they don't care. Sometimes they participate in the content, and this so-called VTuber says, I don't even watch VTubers, so that's not an own. And they just owned themselves. And then afterwards, that triggered a lot of people's reactions, a lot of people's comments. Thousands of comments. Crazy amounts of ratio. And at the end of the day, these VTubers shield their store. Well, since this tweet blew up, visit my store. That is grifting. And that is a grifter. Or if you want another perfect example, Riceman John the Arrows, doesn't believe a lick of what he says. He can flip-flop at two completely different opinions in the same day in a span of a couple of hours. So he can make a bunch of money so that he can get clout from accounts with more followers than he does. Or alternatively, George also believes barely anything that comes out of his own mouth, tries to push himself as like some big-wig game developer, end up only released one game. He's a clout grifter. Unlike John, who cares a lot about money, he cares a lot about his manufactured reputation. So yeah. Look. Scale lion. If I really cared about cheap engagement, I would be writing a Google Doc, falsely accusing somebody of doing bad things. That will give me a lot more clout. That will give me a lot more engagement. It's fine. It's fine, Wispy. I think that word should be used more often. It should be used more often. But here's the thing. More people need to understand the value of the word allegedly as well. It's one thing to always use it, but the problem is that some people on the internet are still too dumb to understand that the word allegedly means it is an accusation being leveled and it has not been proven. It has not been proven in a court of law. Oh, you won't even believe, OP, you won't even believe. If I cared so much about cheap engagement, I would have dedicated this stream to another VTuber drama that just came out. Every single day, there is another VTuber drama. That's it. Covercloth did something extremely... Fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone, truly. There was one, I would say, chronically online career anti of Hololives who loves to spread doxes and make up the dumbest, most heinous nonsense about specific Hololive talents. Covercloth just say, apparently Covercloth was very aware of this. He just say, you know what? Screw you. I'm taking you to court. And the rest is history. And I'm glad. People who do bad things deserve karma. Not with this one. Fairness where is due, not with this one. Okay, you have any more questions? Any more topics you want to segue to? Any more topics you want to segue to while the stream is still on? Zephyr, shut up. Why would their heart reacts? Why would their heart reacts in the chat the moment I just say shut up? Jeremy Brand Jeremy, yes. Oh boy, Jeremy Brand Jeremy. Yep, that is something that has to be... Yep, there is a flaw in the Japanese legal system for sure. That is a flaw in the Japanese legal system for sure. There needs to be a revamp. I personally believe that this is not a matter of culture differences, but I think it's the matter of truth has to be respected. The truth has to be respected. The facts have to be respected, and reality has to be respected. Jeremy Brand Jeremy. There's the better Jeremy. There is the better Jeremy. Okay? Jeremy Prime. Let me close a bunch of tabs. Too many tabs open. It's way too many tabs open, actually. There's way too many tabs opened. Jeremy Prime from Geeks and Gamers. I have watched him for years. And if there's one thing you can kind of innately know about somebody, is that you know somebody who holds his heart in his sleeves. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, you know when a person is sincere. You can disagree with him about a whole bunch of things, but if they are sincere and they're honest, there's just something about them that makes you respect them. And from my personal, admittedly not very well, not always perfect judge of character, I think Jeremy Prime from Geeks and Gamers is I like him. Okay? I like him. Was it off? That is another topic, isn't it? That's another topic. We have some time. Do we want to talk about that topic? It'll be too spicy to show on YouTube for sure. It'll be too spicy to show on YouTube for sure. A billing processor campaign. What the hell is Blue Archive even doing right now? What the hell is Blue Archive trying to do right now? Oh. Sargon of Akkad. Not today. Let me see. Let me find out something, like a child. Let me find out something else. I remember, Luka-chan, I remember when I used to, the most hated Dynasty Warriors game. So that is quaint. I'm going to retweet after the stream is over. We still have about 20 minutes until I'm done. About 20 minutes until I'm done. You feel so bad for all the senseis, and I think the... 你講乜話？貝姐，你講緊廣東話？你真係會講廣東話？真係咩？真係咩？俾我聽下，俾我聽下。幾話聽？阿貝姐，你真係講廣東話？
喂，做緊乜嘢啊？追緊火車？唔使跑，唔使爬，聽我講先。
我聽你講。
大家好，好感動。香港啲粉絲成日都對我哋Hololive成員好好，所以今次我哋個 fan meeting， 我哋都想同大家報運，為粉絲提嚟一個難忘嘅時刻，所以大家7月份應承好啦，同我哋一齊玩啦。你跑就跑啦，唔該晒OK， 拜拜。Bloody Emperor 其實
唔該晒貝姐，我都好感動啊。It's pretty obvious. 貝姐 probably 係我諗緊貝姐一定係香港人嚟嘅。其實我都係聽過貝姐佢應該係香港人嚟嘅，但係佢去咗澳洲。我諗下係咁啦。如果唔係，我都好 shock 噶。佢識講好多廣東話，應該係香港人嚟嘅。Brilliant. Oh, I would love this. I would love this.貝姐同Doki姐講廣東話，應該好好聽，應該好多嘢講。真係啊！我都想聽啊，我都想睇。我都唔知佢哋會做乜啊。Hololive 會俾貝姐講廣東話，我都唔知啊。幾個分鐘講廣東話，我都唔知佢哋會俾佢講冇啊。佢可以講幾個 seconds，few seconds maybe，but 我唔知啊。But this was fun. You know Bei Jie is honky. You know she's from Hong Kong. She was originally from Hong Kong. Some of those words unmistakable from Hong Kong for sure. Someone from Hong Kong has a very specific way of speaking Cantonese. Alright, that was a nice little segue. Let's see what else. I'm just going to close off the stream. Lucas, I think if any of you would like to keep hanging out until the end of the stream in 15 minutes, you're welcome to do so. After the stream is over, I will resort to retweeting shamelessly. And hopefully the internet comes back. I hope the internet will be back by tomorrow morning so that I can do the Friday stream without interruption. Bay is... Okay, we are in the speculation territory. Bay is... Probably... Because you have to understand. 好多香港人 after the what was the case? After the whole protest because of the expedition incident, 好多香港人去加拿大、去美國、去澳洲。What I basically said is a lot of Hong Kong people, because of the whole expedition incident, they have left Hong Kong in droves. And a lot of Western countries have offered long-term visas or even permanent visas for the Hong Kong citizens who are fleeing Hong Kong. But knowing Bates there, she probably is second generation. Her English is quite local. When she speaks English, she sounds very local. Correct. Ken, welcome to the stream. You missed the meat of the stream, but thank you for dropping in. We are in the last 15 minutes. We are just ending the stream with just a little bit of a chat. Just a bit of a chat. Nothing too serious now. But yeah, the whole story with Hong Kong is another rabbit hole. The whole story of Hong Kong is just another rabbit hole altogether. You will never understand. 6-7. Oh my god! Look chat ah. Oh no, I said it in Cantonese, didn't I? Oh no. Oh no, I said it in Cantonese. Like, as I said it in Cantonese out. Oh no, it's so over. Ooh. 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 Oh my god, I want to eat this. Too much Los Pollos Hermanos. Brain.
I want real bacon. Not this fake crap.
Too much bacon. Too much noodles.
You're looking at a rock.
It's not a rock. This is a mineral for the 10th time.
Too much beaver. Oh no.
No, jump!
Too much vending machine. What? Oh no. Oh no. Too much thing.
My name is Gustavo, but you can call me Sus.
Too much sauce. Too much for me. Oh no.
Tight, yeah!
Too much tight.
Just eat it.
How are you feeling? Kind of under the weather? Like you've got the flu?
I'm good.
That would be the ricin I gave you.
Oh, this is some shitpost. I love shitpost. After a serious topic, it's always nice to just go to a bunch of shitposts to lighten up the atmosphere.
Your play, Walter. You're on your own.
Looks like you're about 1,000 gallons light here, Mike. Where's the juice?
The juice?
Methylamine isn't coming.
Who the hell are you?
I'm the man who's keeping it. 1,000 gallons of methylamine is worth more in my hands than it is in yours, or anyone else's for that matter. But I need distribution.
What is it?
Distribution.
That's
Chan.
right. I'll give you 35% of the take.
Why the hell would we want you? You realize
Oh,
we have our
see
own
you.
operation, right?
See you,
I know all
Chan.
about
Have a
your
good day.
operation. See, my partners
Have a
here
good
tell
day,
me
Chan. Oh, take care. Take care. I'll see you. See you hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. My internet is back. Oh my god, I hope my internet is back by tomorrow.
that you produce a meth that's 70% pure, if you're lucky. What I produce is 99.1% pure. So you have the opportunity to sell it yourself. And with our skills, you'll earn more from that 35% than you ever would on your own.
Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you?
You know. You all know
ADHD.
exactly who I am. Say my name.
You what? I don't have a damn clue who the hell you are.
I'm the man who killed Gus Fring.
Bullshit. Cartel got free.
You sure?
You sure?
Now, say my name.
Your eyes
This is-
over.
This is hilarious.
You're goddamn right.
Oh, pink woman. Oh my god, I can't say no to a pink woman. I can't say no to pink woman. Oh, what's pink woman doing? Oh no, she's T-posing. Pink woman is T-posing. Oh no. Oh no. Where is it loading?
Why walk off? I jumped! Maybe I should have jumped in place. I was trying to get... Get on the train! Get on the train! Get on the train! Why walk off? I jumped! Maybe I should have jumped in place. I was trying to get... Get on the train! Get on the train! Get on the train!
Just like that, Lurkers, we have a new Final Destination movie. Congratulations! Oh my goodness! Mama Oko! Mama Oko is here! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh my goodness. Mama Oko is here. Hello, Mama Oko! You just finished your stream. I was about to rate to yours as well, but you know what? I can spend a couple more extra minutes to just welcome you all and just hang out a little bit. But essentially, we were just watching a bunch of shit posts. We are basically just watching a bunch of shit posts on YouTube. Wait, no. YouTube and X. Do you want to know? Oh my goodness. Do y'all want to know? Do y'all want to know what we talked about? By any chance? Do y'all want to know what we talked about? Oh boy, it's quite the story. It's quite the story. And I'm probably gonna make a tweet about it, or post about it after the stream is over. But oh my god, this was a rabbit hole. This was a rabbit hole. To me, Final Destination movies are the equivalent of Philip Luck. Thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. But anyway, what I was trying to say is, hi, Box TV. Thank you for the sub. Oh my goodness, that is a familiar name actually. Herbox TV, hello, welcome. What do I want to say? Final Destination, well, I used to not really care much about Final Destination all that time ago, but you know what? Since Pink Woman existed, I like Final Destination more. And basically, it's the backstory for another Final Destination.
Why walk off? I jumped! Maybe I should have jumped in place. I was trying to get... Get on the train! Get on the train! Get on the train!
The next stream is just a day. I hope Blue Archive doesn't die. It's way too... Alright. You know what? For you. For all of you Oko lurkers. For all of you Oko watchers. For you. For you. For you. We're gonna do a accelerated coverage of what we talked about for the last 3 hours. I don't know how much we can cover. But for you. I'm sure you probably know the tragedy that has happened with Blue Archive recently in a couple of days. And oh boy, you're in for a ride. I will extend the stream by another half an hour just for some of you. You can ask some questions, you can talk about stuff, okay? Ask questions when you want. But how many of you heard of Nexon? The Reputation. Those of you from Oko Stream, how many? And Ken as well. Ken and those of you from Oko Stream, how many of you heard of Nexon and their Reputation by any chance? Because this is going to set the tone. This is going to decide for me how quickly we're going to go through this again. Nexon. Not. You know what? I might as well just let you all. I might as well just go through with you all. Just a brief cliff notes. So, TLDR, Nexon is a piece of work of a game publisher. They have quite the reputation. They, quite famously, around 2010 to 2021, what they did with MapleStory was definitely one of the greatest hits of all times in terms of game publisher scummery. Basically, gacha games. Games with a gacha mechanic. They tell you something fancy drops at a 1% probability rate. In reality, they stealth nerf it to about 0.05% probability rate. And they don't tell you about it. It became such a big problem when players started to keep pooling and doing the math. They discovered the real probability rate was not 1%, it was like 0.05% or something like that. It became a huge story. The Fair Trade Commission in South Korea got Nexon in a whole bunch of problems, fined them roughly 11.6 billion Korean won, and cemented Nexon as one of the crappiest, in our humble opinion, our most humble opinion, crappiest game publishers in Asia. Their reputation precedes them. A lot. Nexon Gate, for instance, came out. Alleged bribery of a prosecutor. Funny how that works. A prosecutor. It came out. Big scandal. Nexon's founder stepped down, but he was keeping a role at the holding company. But nothing that we're not surprised about. Shocking. Anything coming from Nexon? Nothing we're surprised about. 2011, data breach. Now that's a fun one. Shows UK, shows Australia, shows some states in the US, the absolute dangers of digital ID. The dangers of throwing your real life ID into a website for services. Big leak. Many of them underage users because, you know, kids play MapleStory. Kids play MapleStory for years. There's another big one. And of course, a few more other recurring little scandals, but one of the biggest scandals that Nexon has ever had, has cemented their reputation even more, is their obsession with shutting down many games they publish before they can even get on their feet and start running. Their obsession with end of service. If a game doesn't generate millions on the first day, they're deemed a failure. Give a couple of months, a year or so, shut down. Yeah, that is the long and short story of those like Nexon. So we are going to go into the Blue Archive part of the story. And oh boy, it is quite a tragedy. It's quite a tragedy. And I'm relaying this story, but I'm telling you, I am resisting the urge to groan in agony and pain. We had a good thing. We had such a good thing. And next one screwed it up. But here's the thing. Here's the very odd thing. We'll go through first step by step, okay? Step by step. So, for those of you who are aware of Blue Archive, they had a bunch of little scandals here and there, but they end up with happy endings. So, for instance, you know the typical case. English localizers, screwing up the translations. Tale as old as time. You know what? Blue Archive fans complain. A lot of them complain. The best thing is, the devs listen. The translations are now slowly being fixed so that all the English translations match the Korean and the Japanese translations. Fun. Good ending. The next one. A December 2025 collaboration event was supposed to happen. One big problem. Connor, CDog VA, someone who repeatedly attacks people who like games like Blue Archive. The same Connor who goes around smearing his own co-host, Joey, and also low-key attacks Giguk because Giguk does not have a strong opinion about many things. Yep, exactly. The same Connor who would probably hate, would hate Blue Archive a lot. But you know what? He still accepted the offer. Despite claiming he has such huge principles and he hates the problematic content, he still accepted. He still accepted it. Blue Archive fans complain again. A lot of them complain. And you know what? Blue Archive with Nexon came in clutch again. Cancelled the collab that everyone hated. The unfortunate is that Iron Mouse, Zantreya, and Giga were the casualties of it, but it is what it is. So instead they collab with Min Phantom, who was an avid Blue Archive player, and Remilian Nefis Wemi from Face Connect, who is also a mega fan of Blue Archive. Two great collabs, happy endings for all. Then they announced another collab. This year, June this year. This one. The Blue Archive fans didn't really care much for Guitar Rock or Velocity. They're like, meh, just a typical collab. But they do have a problem with Brandon's followers and Fontmaster. We go with the lighter of the two upsetting decisions. Brandon, he plays Blue Archive, but a lot of his fans attack and insult Blue Archive fans constantly. They're like your typical antis. Your typical antis are typical haters. But you know what, Brandon? Brandon keeps them around. Brandon defends them. Brandon defends them and keeps them around, even as if he were any other streamer or Blue Archive fan with less of a following, his own haters, the own haters who are in his chat would be targeting him. So it's rich that he's defending the very same people who would hate him. Funny how that works. And then Fontmaster. He doesn't even play Blue Archive. He plays Genshin. He plays Hoyoverse games. And he has repeatedly on stream smeared Blue Archive players and attacked Blue Archive. So it's weird. Very weird. Blue Archive is inviting. You can get into an argument with Brandon. At the end of the day, people have got into an argument. Brandon still plays Blue Archive, so fair, blah blah blah. But for Master, there is no excuse. There is no excuse. He came in with nothing but the worst will possible. Talking shit about Blue Archive, talking shit about the players from day one. And the Blue Archive fans knew that, and they complained about it, make a big fuss about it. And if this had happened back in 2025, it probably would have worked. Just like how it worked with C.VA. But the problem is that it did not work. It did not work. The collab went on. You had a Blue Archive hater as a collaborator for a Blue Archive event. If that does not reek of strangeness, I don't know what is, but people started to ask questions already. Nexon, for the past couple of incidents, they were willing to listen to the customers when they were called out on it. So it was really weird that of all the times, why did they start to ignore the fans' feedback and criticism? Keep it at the back of your head. Okay? Keep it at the back of your head. Why now? And then, of course, the recent incident, the big profile incident, the new changes to the gacha mechanics. That is what caused a lot of problems. A big outrage. A big outrage. Long story short, for those of you who do not really understand how this works, the old system is that you get 200 pulls if, regardless of what you get, you can get multiple copies of the character you want. At the 200th pull, you will still get a redeem ticket. It's called a spark, but basically it's just a redemption coupon where if you redeem it, you get to pick the banner character you want for that relevant period. So usually you are given 2 banner characters every single update. It gets rotated around. You get your pick. Or you can choose one of the 2. There was the original There was the old system that has been in for 5 years. So most Blue Archive players, they budget for that. They plan for that. They collect enough premium currency, which you can earn in-game. They collect enough premium currency to make the 200 pulls. To make the necessary 200 pulls. Because in most scenarios, unless you are extremely unlucky, you'll usually be able to get birth of the characters from the banner periods within 200 pulls. Because ideally, you will get the first character you want before it reaches the 200th pull, and you just keep pulling until you reach 200 pulls, and if by that time you didn't get the second character you want, you could redeem it using the coupon. So that's really what was the standard all these years if you were doing gacha on Blue Archive. But that changed because of this update the update just happened yesterday or today. The new update got rid of the coupon system. In other words, what differs at the first is that at the 100th pull, you get a 50-50 chance. So that's basically Genshin gacha right there. Genshin style gacha right there. But here's the problem. This is the biggest problem. The very second you pulled the character you want from that banner, the pity resets to 0. So the whole idea of the pity is, at the 100th pull, you have a 50-50 chance of getting the character you want from the banner, Of course, officially it's 50-50. We do not know because Nexon has a reputation of not advertising the actual rates of the drop characters. But let's say you lost the 50-50. So now you're at the 190th pull. So another 10 pull under the old system, you will be able to redeem a ticket and you can get any of the two. You can get the 2 characters you wanted. Okay? That was the old system. In the new system, if on the 190th pull, you got the character you wanted. Guess what? Everything resets to 0. Everything resets to 0. So you don't get the benefit of having Spark or the coupon. You will not get a coupon because the coupon stopped existing. So you can look at the table here. I hope it's clear enough for you. But long story short, it got... Oh, Drunken Ferret, thank you for the sub. Drunken Ferret, thank you for the sub. I'm very grateful. Thank you, thank you. Long story short is, this is a nerf of the existing gacha mechanics. And most Blue Archive players hated it. What's not to hate, honestly? What's not to hate? Seriously, what is not to hate? On one hand, you have no more coupons. You have no more coupons. And the next, on the other, which is basically the core of the problem. And on the other hand, 50-50, yeah, 50-50 is great if you only want one character. But now the big problem is, originally you could get away with budgeting for 200 pulls, but now if you want both characters in a banner, you better be ready to budget for 400 pulls. So usually if you were extremely unlucky under the Blue Archive system, the original one, sometimes your pools can go to 250, maybe sometimes 300, who knows. Well, 250, yeah, 250 or so. But now, it is the norm. It is more likely the norm instead of the outlier exception, the most unluckiest examples. Most people who want both characters right now under this new system, they better be ready. Hold on to be a second. They better be ready to fork out enough premium currency for 400 pulls. All or nothing. You could get away with 200 in the old system, but 400, all or nothing. Yup, that is not fun. And of course, a lot of players were not happy. And this is a good example. I just use an analogy. An analogy, basically. This is an analogy. Think of the old system as buying snacks from a vending machine. Buying a specific snack from a vending machine. And you take stamps. Old system, every pool gives you a stamp. You collect 200 stamps, you can trade them for the snack, the star snack in the vending machine for that period of time. Even if you already got one from sheer luck. The stamps stack for the entirety of the period. Now in the new system, you have a progress bar. It fills as you keep pulling. At 100, you get a 50% chance to get the snack you want. At a 200th pull, you get exactly one of the snacks that you want, but the moment you get that snack that you wanted, the progress bar sets back to 0. You want to get the second snack that is on the star collection, you have to pull another maximum of 200. Not fun, evidently. Not fun at all. And of course, people didn't take it too well. People really did not take it too well. It is a slap on the face for Blue Archive players who have been playing this game for close for 5 years now. It is a slap on the face. And basically what I say, most Blue Archive players is customary. especially festival characters, fest characters. They want everyone. They want the 2-star characters, 2 of the start characters. So they budget for the 200 pools. They hope for the best, that they get the character they want before the 200th pool, so that they can spend the coupon to get the one that they didn't have. That was the original plan, but not with this new system. Like I said, you want both characters be ready to spend way more than 200 tolls on average. Not fun. Not fun at all. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That's basically what this War of Text is about. So, we asked the question earlier on in the stream, why now? Why did these things happen? Why after 5 years did the gacha system change? Why now Brew Archive on Nexon ignores the feedback of the player base and got a hater, a Blue Archive hater, to collaborate in a Blue Archive event. And when the players asked for it to change, they ignored it this time. When they didn't ignore it back in 2025. A lot of questions were asked, and in my humble opinion, I found the answer. This guy, Patrick Soderlund. He is an ex-executive at EA. He is the CEO of Embark Studios, the same Embark Studios that released the finals and Arc Raiders. And he has quite a bit of a history with Nexon. But the key thing is that from 2028 to 2025, he had no control of the operations and the decisions made at Nexon. But the moment 2026 rolled by around February, he was given the role of executive chairman. In other words, he had a lot of say in the decision making of Nexon. And let's just not get ahead of ourselves. This basically confirms what I just said. And for those of you who have heard of Patrick Soderlund, he was the guy back in 2018 who famously said, "Don't like it, don't buy it," over the Battlefield 5 controversy. You know that game, that initial review trailer where a British soldier was wearing a katana on his back? A handicapped, crippled American female soldier with a prosthetic arm? Even though female soldiers were mainly a thing in Soviet Union and Russia. All that jazz. And of course, we can go into an entire stream about the trash fire that is Battlefield 5, but I'll leave that there. But long story short, when players gave feedback, his response was that they were uneducated, and if they didn't like it, they don't buy it. True enough. Players just say, okay, we're not going to buy it. And surprise, surprise, the game was considered a flop to EA. Patrick Soderlund left EA after that whole debacle. Created Embark Studios, or he joined in on Embark Studios. And that's history. Now, we remember him more, some people remember him more with what happened with Arc Raiders and the finals. Now, here's the weird thing. Arc Raiders originally was planned to be a PvE experience, an epic PvE experience. Fighting giant robots as the last bastion of humanity. 16 to 32 players fighting giant robots. Exciting stuff. But not too long after it got announced and the initial trailers came out, the very novel concept got scrapped and replaced with another bandwagon chasing extraction shooter PvPvE. And oh boy, I was one of those who actually wishlisted Arc Raiders back in the day when they announced it as a PvE experience, and I was not happy. So don't know, was it part of Battlefront 2? That's a good question. If it was before 2018, probably. He probably had big decisions to make in there as well. So yeah, more food for thought. It does not matter that we complained. It does not matter we say you promised a PvE shooter. It was a good idea. Why did you end up being another bandwagon chasing extraction shooter PvE? And of course, Patrick Soderlund did not give a shit what the people who were complaining about his original vision was complaining about. Yeah. So, the game came out. To be fair to the game, it had a honeymoon period. It had a honeymoon period for roughly 3 months when it was released. 400 or so thousand players at its peak. But soon enough, after 3 months, they lost almost 90% of its player base, and now, in the current day, it's hovering around 40,000. From 440,000 to 400 or so thousand to about 40,000 or 30,000, give or take. That's quite a big drop. And I want you to understand this specific text right here. This one. Streamer anti-advertising. Arc Raiders has had a problem with getting streamers to collaborate with them, but the streamers end up causing more harm than good to the brand. Let's just leave it that way. And now, doesn't that sound a little bit familiar to you? Ockos watchers, does that not sound a little bit familiar to you? Remember this? Hiring people who actively hate your games to do a collab? Does that not make you think a little bit? It does make me think a little bit, for sure. Maybe where I'm getting here myself. So yeah, things get very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. And remember his role now. He's now executive role. It is called, he's the executive chairman of the board, and he's responsible for long-term strategy, creative direction, and global development. Which means, by extension, Nexon in Korea, Nexon in Japan, Nexon in US, every single Nexon around the world, at one point or another, he gets to control what they do, to some extent. A picture is being painted, and to add to that, like I say, Patrick Soderlund has a reputation, a growing reputation of not giving a flying crap about what his own customers, his own player base, and his own games fans care about. You could give them any feedback you want, they won't ever listen to you. They hardly ever listen to you. So, as Arc Raiders floundered and started to lose a lot of players, most of the players who left, who still liked the game, liked it when they played it, say that maybe you should add fresher mechanics. Maybe give in a PvE idea, a PvE concept that is outside of the main game so that people can play the PvE just to have a bit more variety. And you know what Embark said? You know what Patrick said? He said no. He said no. Imagine my shock. And of course, remember Battlefield 5. Don't like it, don't buy it. his famous words. So there was a damage control. Blue Archive had a damage control after the fallout of the new gacha announcement. And the damage control involved two things. Firstly, bribery. Who doesn't like a little bit of bribery? You hate a specific politician, you will never vote for him. But he gave you $5,000 in cash, and all you have to do is to mark his name in the ballot box. Same energy. Blue Archive, in response to this, promised to give discounted recruitments and rebates. Rebates and discounted recruitments. They are not going to bring back the spark system, the coupon system, but they will try and bribe you with a few extra free pulls. Ha ha! What does it even matter? Especially if Nexon is going to stealth nerf the rates of the gacha. Then of course there's more damage control. As some would from Blue Archive's very own producer. From Blue Archive's very own producer himself. Long story short, he addresses nothing of the concerns of the player base, nothing at all. He boils it all down into we failed to communicate this effectively. We failed to communicate this with enough time. And that's not what people care about. What people care about was why the hell did you destroy the good thing that we have? They lied to the producer. I don't know. I will be charitable to the producers of Blue Archive, and I will hold on to the opinion that Nexon is forcing them to say stuff like this. But objectively, this entire so-called apology is a load of shit. Oh, we were just trying to make it easier for players to pull the characters that they want. Oh yeah, getting rid of the coupon system is definitely gonna do that, I'm sure. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. If they really cared so much about making it easier, they should just put in a 50-50 at the 100 pool without getting rid of the coupon system. That would have been more objectively better for the players. A whole lot of nothing. It didn't answer anything that we wanted as Blue Archive players, but it did give us an answer that we need. And the simple answer is Nexon probably chained them. Nexon probably chained them. Kim Yong-ha, he's probably forced to say this junk. This PR corporate junk. And again, I can't help but notice the timing of it all. I cannot help but notice the timing for it all. Nexon at its worst. Nexon at its worst back in the old days, even last year. They still got spooked when enough of its customers complained about them publicly. They don't play ball because such is Asian culture. They can hide that they're ripping off. They can hide. They can rip off the customers all they want, but they will hide it. They will make sure you don't see it. And when you do see it and you call it out, they will just give up. They will just give up and they will say sorry. Granted, not sorry because they're wrong, but sorry they got caught. But Nicholas, thank you for the sub. But here's what's different with the Western executives. Here's what's different for the Western executives. They don't give a shit that you as a customer knew they did something bad. They don't care. They don't care. They couldn't care less. You complain about it, they'll just say don't like it, don't buy it. You complain about it, they pretend you don't exist. That is the Western approach. And the only Westerner I can see now in Nexon is this guy. There is a reason things change. And the change is him. Everything fits in line a little bit too perfectly to me, in my opinion. I'm speculating. I'm basically being a schizo. Maybe I'm terminally online. Maybe I need to touch some grass. But that is how I view it. What changed in Nexon? He entered the picture. He was allowed to make decisions at Nexon. A Westerner. Not just any Westerner. One of the most infamous EA executives that almost destroyed Battlefield as a series. Almost. But is it all doom and gloom? Is it all doom and gloom? Not exactly. I ended this whole topic by saying that if there is anyone who can fight back, if there is any community who can fight back, that can fight back against an overextending corporation, it is the Blue Archive fan base. It is. Because Blue Archive fans, like them or not, there's one thing that they are really good at. Uniting. If there's anything that fits the definition of a monolith to an extent, of the VTuber community, the true community here, the true monolithic community here is the Blue Archive fan base. At the end of the day, it does not matter whether they are Japanese, they are global, or they're Korean. When push comes to shove, they close ranks. Okay, see you, Hachiko. Have a good sleep. When push comes to shove, they close ranks, they unite, and they find the source of the problems that is threatening their game, and they push. They push hard. They push really damn hard. Famously, the South Korean regulator incident. South Korean content regulators tried to force a whole bunch of censorship against Blue Archive. The South Korean player base started digging, and they found a rabbit hole of corruption in the South Korean content regulators, and it went straight to court. The regulators were arrested, sentenced, convicted, and Blue Archive was saved. Hello, Embro, welcome. We're almost finishing the stream. And then, of course, to make it even clearer that Blue Archive player base can still make a difference, recently the case of Cracker Barrel, Western company. At the end of the day, a corporation still cares about your money. They still care about your money. They still care about your money. They get spooked. They get so spooked. Because the moment Cracker Barrel started to extinguish its own identity because some CEO, then CEO Julie Massino, wanted to change the Southern Comfort Food style into some Wine Mum brunch restaurant and got rid of the original OG Cracker Barrel logo at the top there and replaced it with some corporate minimalist bullshit at the bottom, Cracker Barrel customers had a massive revolt. The shareholders were not happy. The board of directors were not happy. told the CEO, "You reverse this right now or we are screwed." She did. And fast forward to July of 27 this year, she is forced to step down because of the mess she created. So don't let me hear any of you Blue Archive players right now say that it is impossible to change the decision of Nexon. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that. Because you have more power than you do. All you have to do is be aware of it. You are the one giving Nexon money. You are the one who continues to play their games. You are the one that's bringing Blue Archive to the top of the charts. You have the power. You have the power. And don't let any corporate shill tell you you don't. Don't let any corporate shill or super fanboy who do not know that they're being enslaved tell you that your protests mean nothing and your criticism means nothing. That's just what they want you to think. Okay? And of course, I close off the stream with one more incident, which is neither here nor there. It's an avenue, a long shot, but an avenue all the same. There is a chance that this new gacha system was such a big rug pull for Nexon and Blue Archive that some South Korean players are planning a formal lawsuit again with the and trying to get the assistance of the Fair Trade Commission in South Korea. That's a long shot, but we'll see. And that is what we know so far. That is what we know so far with the Blue Archive incident. This is the super abridged version. We went through a lot of detail earlier on. You want to rewind, you can rewind to the start of the VOD. Okay? You can rewind to the start of the VOD, but this was the long and short story. Any questions? Any quick questions? If you have any quick questions, I'll try and answer them. Otherwise, the stream is about to end. Any quick questions? That one we will have to look. Oh yeah, we remember First Descent is bullshit as well, don't we? We will have... But right now, it'll be gonna be down in history of gacha. It probably will. This QT probably will. Okay. Have I had lunch yet? I had a protein bar. That will keep me tight for a couple of hours. But I don't have to be worried about that just yet. It is what it is. No choice about that. Does it come with a blush? Eating backroom scraps. Eating backroom scraps. Don't you be like that. Backroom scraps. But any further questions? Any further questions? After everything this Patrick man did, why would Nexon still hire him? They hired him because they thought Arc Raiders was his proof of concept that he can be trusted with anything. That is why Nexon hired him in an executive role. He brought money for Arc Raiders for the first 3 months, and Nexon, in their short-sightedness, did not know at that point in time that Arc Raiders was fated to lose 80 to 90% of his player base, and it's still struggling right now. They didn't see that coming, did they? Tough luck. And now they're risking the existence of the only game that actually gives Nexon positive press and positive PR and goodwill. MapleStory has a bad reputation. Almost every game that comes out of Nexon has a bad reputation. Sudden Attack has a bad reputation. Gungrave now is practically forgotten. every single Maple Story 2 was dead on arrival. Sudden Attack 2 was dead on arrival. The only game next and First Descendant is also struggling with barely any players left. So the only game that has goodwill and a good reputation is Blue Archive, and they're gonna fuck it all up. Screw it all up. Was it worth it? At the end of the day, was it worth it? I don't know. I really don't know. But that was the rundown. And I'm going to end the stream with this video again, because I think it's an important video. They could have had it all. They really could have had it all. Blue Archive could have had it all. It could have given Nexon the W it needs after decades. But you know what? They just had to hire Patrick Soderlund. They just had to do it.
We had a good gotcha, you stupid son of a bitch. We had hags, we had cunny, we had everything we needed. It all ran like clockwork. You could have kept the sparks, cooked, and made as much money as you ever needed. It was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up. You and your greed and your pity system, you just want to be like Hoyo. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
Yes, long story short, of all the corporations, I would have not expected to have even a semblance of a redemption arc. Of all the corporations, I would not have expected NetEase to be it. I would not have expected NetEase to have the redemption arc. But you know what? I think that concludes today's stream. And let me just show you all the schedule again. Like I said to most of the lurkers at the start of the stream, some people, I'm going to repost that. I'm going to make a repost on that one, okay? I'm going to make a repost on that one because it is shameless and these people are short-sighted as hell. But I'll just make a repost, okay? But anyway, before I do that, just letting you all know, I had a blackout yesterday and my ISP is scuffed. Their data center is probably scuffed, which means that right now I am actually streaming in a different location. Thankfully, it has stable internet. I am grateful for that. But depends on what is going to happen. If the internet fixes itself by tomorrow, I will do the Friday stream, okay? If the internet fixes itself by tomorrow, the Friday stream will continue. But if it doesn't, know that I will let you all know.
Because
so let me just finish it off. Tomorrow, assuming that the stream can continue as usual and I start streaming, it will be the same time as today, okay? Like it will be the same time. But let's see what Lumi has to say about whatever this is.
Limo, I'm only confused because the super chat came from Limo, who is a fucking whore. And you don't deserve to call anyone your wife because you're a dumb bitch whore. Fucking bitch. What do you mean, wife? Don't you Who the fuck are you talking about? I had to process for a little bit because who are you talking about? You call everyone, you're not allowed to call anyone wife, you fucking whore. Take that fucking back. She's too pure for you. Fuck you. Hey, Limo. Limo, I'm only
What the hell? What the hell? Context, you loves to super chat Rena level stuff on half of face talents. Oh,
Limo, I'm only confused because the super chat came from Limo, who is a fucking whore. And you don't deserve to call anyone your wife because you're a dumb bitch whore. Fucking bitch. What do you mean, wife? Don't you? Who the fuck are you talking about? I had to process for a little bit because who are you talking about? You call everyone, you're not allowed to call anyone wife, you fucking whore. Take that fucking back. She's too pure for you. Fuck you.
Oh my god, Lurker-chan, you won't. Oh my god, that's a classic. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, what a classic. What a classic. Thank you, Nico Yazawa, for telling us the truth. Yes, a classic 2014 meme. Remember to just have one waifu. Getting more waifu will destroy your laifu. True 2014 wisdom. 2014 wisdom. Alright, I think that concludes the stream. That really concludes the stream. Let's see. Do I have anyone to raid? Do I actually have anyone at all to raid? Ooh! Oh, wait, what's the name? Hannah. Hannah! Excellent, Hannah! I can raid Hannah. Hannah-chan, the chinchilla. Hannah the chinchilla. That is gonna be awesome. We are raiding Hannah the chinchilla, okay? Okay, we're gonna go raid Hannah the chinchilla. She is streaming. Hannah chinchilla. Hannah the chinchilla, excellent. Let me just check let me just organize it. Hold on. This is the problem with YouTube. It's not a one click button and you can rate someone. You have to go through a bunch of hoops before you oh my god. Holy moly. Okay. Customization, redirect. Hannah the chinchilla. Excellent. Nice. Anyway, Lakers, I will try and notify you all tomorrow. If the internet gets restored, I will stream tomorrow. If not, I will let you all know. Okay, Lakers? Thank you for being here, Lakers, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. Take care, everyone, and also Okko, if you're still here, thank you so much for the raid. We should hang out again sometime and have another chat. A lot of things has happened over the year or so. I think we are kind of overdue for having a nice chat as well. Okay, I will see you, Okko, maybe one of these days. But otherwise, thank you, Lakers, for being here. I'm going to retweet now. I'm going to rest and retweet a bit. And I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow if the internet is back. Okay? Bye-bye.